Yesterday, in addition to the opening ceremony, we saw experiences shared from the various regions of the continent, starting from the West and the Sahel, as well as the Horn and the East of Africa. We agreed that we will move the presentation for North Africa today, and I see that Professor Youssef is with us. Thank you so much, sir. And then we are also intending to have today the perspectives from the Central Africa and the Lake Chad Basin, the Great Lakes region, as well as the Southern Africa region. So this is what we have on the agenda for today, sharing experiences from all of the various regions. And then we will wrap everything up at the end with a session to wrap up and outline the next steps, and then we'll have some closing remarks. So with that, I think we can move into the first session for today, which will be the North Africa session. We have Ambassador Ahmed Abdel-Latif, Director General CCPA, Cairo, and Chair of Net for Peace, will be moderating. And then for the panelists, we have Jean-Louis Romanet-Pierrot from the North African Policy Initiative based in Tunisia, and Professor Youssef Mohamed Sawani, University of Tripoli, Libya. So I believe we can get started with this session. And I have the pleasure to invite Ambassador Ahmed Abdel-Latif, whom I've just been advised is still not on the call. So I think I will continue the moderation duties until his arrival, and call on Jean-Louis Romanet-Pierrot from North African Policy Initiative, NAPI, based in Tunisia, to address the webinar. Monsieur Pierrot, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for putting together this symposium on what I think an extremely relevant and pertinent theme and discussion. I don't know how much time do you want me to take to go over a few points. I imagine that we will.
Yes, I think if you could take perhaps 7 minutes thereabouts, not more than 10, that would be useful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try and go over a few points in 7 to 10 minutes. Yesterday was a very interesting conversation, very rich, and there are a few elements that I would like to share, maybe to contribute to the conversation. I may expand or repeat, but sometimes also question some of the things that were said yesterday. At the end, I would like to lead towards the reflection on the implications on the presence of foreign fighters and mercenaries. And I think that some dimensions that are worth reflecting on are, of course, the geopolitical dimension and the implications, but also the implication on domestic politics, the implication on state-society relations of the target country, implications on peace and social cohesion in the target country, but also in the region, and the implication on organized crime and violent extremism. But to reflect on those, I think that we ought to distinguish between a vast array of diverse actors that we may lump together under the terms of foreign fighters and mercenaries, oftentimes stretching the concept much farther than its narrow definitions or legal definitions. And the importance of distinguishing between these different actors is because they have different implications along the dimensions that I mentioned earlier. So I will start with a few typologies and use examples from Libya, because sadly, Libya offers an incredible laboratory for observing the influence, interference, presence, and influence of foreign fighters and mercenaries. First type would be the one that everybody talks about, which is Wagner. Now, Wagner is often referred as a private military contractor, and I would beg to propose a different name for it, because it's a state-run military business. It's not a private company independent from a state. So it's an instrument of a state. It's not official. It became slowly, but it was actually hidden. It's not state-run, but it's run directly by the head of state and the intelligence. But it doesn't fall under the Ministry of Defense, despite the fact that it furthers the interest of a single country. It clearly operates outside of the rule of law, and it is de facto also illegal in Russia, where private military contractors and mercenaries are illegal. It is not paid through the national budget, but rather acts as a business, and also extracts resources and sometimes even develops organizational infrastructure, and also physical infrastructure to extract resources. I think the epitome is the Central African Republic. So there are unlawful combatants that are not under the Geneva Conventions. And a parallel here, I think, is useful to think about what happened in the Indies. The India companies that developed by European powers on the 17th and 18th centuries. Why is it a good example to think of? With all the differences, because they were business enterprises, they were invited by local rulers, and they led to the reverse takeover of the territory by foreign interests. And I think that this is an interesting dynamic to keep in mind. A second type is a state-affiliated private military contractor, which is a PMC, but state-affiliated, behaves a bit differently. An example is Blackwater, now called Academy. That's an American private military contractor. It's still not official, or at least semi-official. It's not state-run, and it operates still outside or at the limit of the rule of law in terms of accountability. It's paid with state money, and of course it pursues money interests, but also politics and geopolitical interests. These are also unlawful combatants not falling under the Geneva Convention. They are fully private military contractors that are not attached to the interest of a single state. And I think of executive outcomes, which then became STEP International, emanates from South Africa, but de facto operates as an independent business. And clearly they are out, behind, they're after money. But they may also have varying degrees of institutionalization and of guiding principles, if you will. Yesterday was also mentioned the Foreign Legion that some countries may have, and a clear example is the French Foreign Legion, equating it to private military contractors. No, these are very, very different animals, if you will. The Foreign Legion is official. It's a core of the national army. It belongs to the Ministry of Defense. It falls under the rule of law of the country that it belongs to, and it's paid through the national budget. And its interests are solely geopolitical of the country that they belong to. So these are a complete different actor that should be distinguished. They are government-affiliated foreign fighters. In Libya, the RSF of General Dagalo or Hemeti is such an example. They emanate from a powerful head of state or actor from a foreign country. They're state-run, but they act as a Praetorian Guard. And they're outside of the rule of law. They're paid by a government, either their own or somebody else's. In this case, United Arab Emirates, and they're after money, politics, and geopolitics. They can be instruments in the hands of also foreign powers, of coalitions of countries that include also, in this case, Sudan. There are local foreign fighters that act differently. You can term them rebel foreign fighters. These rebel foreign fighters are also heavily present in Libya from Sudan. Imagine the Sudanese Liberation Army, the GEM, but also from Chad, the FACT, the Chadian Front for Change and Concord, but also from Mali. Imagine the movement for Mouvement National pour la Libération de l'Azawad. These have highly destabilizing power because they have ideology or a communal interests. The that can be survival interests of an entire group. So they may want to topple a regime at home and use a country as a foreign base to become more powerful and get weapons. This is exactly what happened in the case of Mali, Chad, more than once, and also Sudan. They're very easily instrumentalized, and they can easily switch sides, as they did in Libya. These groups fought on one side or on the other at different times. They are non-local foreign fighters. In Libya, they're not just Sudanese, Chadians, Malians. They're also foreign fighters that come from much farther away, that are not private military contractors, that are affiliated to a state. Here, the case of Turkish fighters. On the one side, Turkmen Syrians on the side of the GNA. On the other side, pro-Assad Syrian fighters on the side of the Libyan Arab Armed Forces. They are state affiliated, and they're paid by the host or by the patron state, in this case, Turkey or the UAE or other countries. Their interest is monetary and geopolitical. The fighters fight for the money, but those who send them actually pursue political and geopolitical interests. Now, this typology is important. Why? Because the implications are different. At the geopolitical level, of course, the presence of foreign fighters, those who have geopolitical interest and therefore emanate from the money or the support and the interest of foreign powers, may definitely compromise multilateralism because they pursue political and geopolitical goals of a single country or a coalition. But they do not seek integration and multilateralism. They fuel escalation of the conflict beyond what would naturally happen because they bring more firepower, both in terms of weapons and fighters. They lengthen the conflict and they lengthen the instability. They also endanger the stability and of neighboring countries, as I mentioned earlier. At the level of domestic politics, they are typically invited by local strongmen to defend their own interests. But the problem is they open the way to a reverse takeover of the national sovereignty by foreign powers. And that's also what happened in Libya. What it leads to is also widespread poverty and inequality that is a result of institutionalized depredation. Same in Central African Republic. It leads to also chronic institutional weakness and division, which prevents the expulsion of these forces, because of course these forces have no interest in the development of national institutions, of single national institutions, and they lead to instability, frozen conflict, because again, foreign fighters and foreign countries have an interest in instability, which is the reason why they are called to intervene in the first place. They compromise state-society relations because they constitute an obstacle to DDR and SSR. They are not the traditional object of a disarmament and demobilization program. They also compromise human rights and are more likely to carry out crimes of war. Imagine the 2019 bombing of Tajura barracks in eastern Tripoli, where there was also a camp for migrants, killing dozens of migrants with 2 airstrikes. Not likely to be in the interest of a Libyan actor. Even worse, the January 2020 aerial bombing of the Tripoli Military Academy, again killing dozens of young cadets. Not the interest of Libyans, who eventually will have to reconcile. Lastly, the foreign fighters compromise peace and social cohesion. They can destabilize fragile social equilibria, especially when they emanate from neighboring countries and communities that are present in the target country. In the case of Libya, the Tubu and the Tuareg, respectively, from neighboring countries, eventually can destabilize even age-old, century-old peace agreements like the Midi-Midi agreement between Tubu and Tuareg. They destabilize the relationship between Ahali and Tebu in Murzuk. because the presence of a group that emanates from abroad but is linked to a local ethnic group, it changes the equilibrium. And they compromise also local security, because the moment they stop being paid, if they cannot go back home, they have to figure out a way to make a living. And so they can resort to extortion, illegal taxation, all of dynamics that we have observed in southern Libya in particular. Think about the security in Sabha. And the last that I mentioned is organized crime and violent extremism. Foreign fighters are often away from their country, very far away. They are often not regularly paid. They're often brutalized, and they are very vulnerable to the recruitment of organized crime and violent extreme groups. And they're very dangerous because they're broken to fighting and they know how to fight. So they're very dangerous for that purpose. I'll have a few conclusions maybe afterwards, but in 2 words, I just think that it's important to analyze and understand the nature and support of foreign fighters and the nature of the target states, society, political economy, and geopolitical stakes. It's important to foster multilateral approaches. It's important also to adopt non-military approaches, namely participatory governance, addressing the issues with the sources of livelihood, particularly in the gray zone by the border areas. And lastly, focus on social cohesion and making sure that there is not a discrimination, marginalization of ethnic or tribal groups in the country of origin or destination, in Libya in this case. So basically, in 2 terms, human security. An approach driven by freedom from fear, from want, and from the desire to live in dignity. And I salute the valuable work done by the African Union. Last year, the paper produced foreign terrorist fighters in the Sahel and Sahara region of Africa, I think is a valuable first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jean-Louis. Si je peux me permettre de vous appeler Jean-Louis, thank you very much for this conversation, which really highlighted the complexity and the multi-dimensional aspects of the challenge that we are dealing with. I think, you know, these are some of the things that we began to sort of unpack lightly yesterday, but I think you've really brought out the various elements of this in terms of the multiplicity of the motivations, you know, that drive these actors, whether ideological, political, economic, or geopolitical, the different typologies, you know, private, state-affiliated, private but state-sponsored. So it really shows that, you know, you're not dealing with something that is homogeneous or monolithic. And for me, that really brings into question, you know, some of maybe a reevaluation of the solutions that we are proposing or the approaches we are using, because for something this multidimensional, multi-typological, I think we also need a solution that brings together like a multiple combination of interventions and actors, you know, and I think you mentioned quite rightly that it needs to be multilateral in its aspects, which I think is really quite important. So thank you for these remarks, which I think we'll come back to in the Q&A. For now, we would like to move to the second intervener, which will be Professor Youssef Mohamed Sawami from the University of Tripoli, Libya, to also share his perspectives. Professor, vous avez la parole. You have the floor for about 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also thank ECOSOC for inviting me to this important panel and discussion of one of the serious, really, security issues that has been facing Africa, causing instability almost everywhere. In the Libyan situation, I think I'll probably have to speak first about the context. As you are probably well aware that in 2011, there were uprisings against the Gaddafi regime that ruled the country for over 4 decades. Early during the uprisings, there were allegations that the Gaddafi regime did actually employ African mercenaries or mercenaries of African origin to suppress the demonstrators and use violence against them. These were and are still unvalidated allegations, but the most important thing to remember is that because during Gaddafi era, Africans were welcomed in Libya and they resided and worked all over the country almost and quite freely. So there were, of course, some antagonism by some sectors of the Libyan population, and there were events in some coastal cities in the decade of the 2000 against the increased presence of African workers in Libya. So the rebels and their backers at the time tried to capitulate on this kind of sentiments and saying that the regime was using Africans to suppress its own people. The result was, of course, horrendous, as it led to torture and killing of many dark-skinned Libyans who were either soldiers or supportive of the regime. They were killed and tortured, on the presumption that they were Africans. Of course, they are Africans, but they were Libyans of dark skin. Only after the fall of the regime and because of the divide and the ensuing civil war, foreign fighters found their way on Libya. They essentially came from Africa countries, neighboring African countries, militias that ruled the country after 2011. In many instances, forced those Africans who were living on Libya into their own ranks, and they were subject to all kinds of violations. But later, as the divide became more vivid and the country entered into many cycles of civil war, to legislatives, to executives, to central banks, and you name it, everything was doubled. And much more foreign interference. We all know that what took place in 2011 was actually an uprising that relied heavily on foreign intervention that used force to bring down the regime. But later on, with the divide, every side of the divide relied on mercenaries. Amid this war and division, as I said, all Libyan sides employed mercenaries. The trouble with the issue now is that most reports only focus on the presence of Wagner or Wagner elements. Though they are there, of course, no one can deny them. No one really knows exactly how many they are. But the question is that this actually evades the other side of the issue, where the first category of mercenaries employed in Libya are essentially African soldiers, or soldiers of fortune, of course, from Chad, Sudan, and to a lesser degree from other countries. Some were used because they have ethnical or tribal links with some minorities in southern Libya, and this applies to Tuareg and Tibu. But these were also employed by both sides. However, much of the African foreign fighters were, I said, actually members of armed groups that were opposed to their own governments. And this is, in particular, applies to armed groups from Chad and Sudan. They benefited from the situation and fought on all sides of the Libyan conflict. They acquired weapons, financial resources. They set up their own bases on Libyan soil to direct their work or their activities against their own governments. The latest of which, of course, was the assassination of the late Chadian president Idris Deby, and the current, probably, conflict in the Sudan itself. More than less, they acted independent of all Libyan actors and exchanged their employers based on pay and on, but not on political choices. They are not interested in the Libyan political crisis itself, nor support any side for political purposes. But this doesn't apply to one segment of foreign mercenaries, which includes the largest ever segment of mercenaries on Libyan soil, which composed of Syrians coming from background of an opposition to the government in Syria. They were brought by Turkey, and their numbers far exceed the number of all probably foreign fighters in Libya. I mean, Syrians are estimated to be between 18 and 22,000 soldiers. And they came basically after the spark of a military confrontation that took place during the years 2019 and 2020 between Libya's two major camps, the East and the West, one represented by the internationally recognized government of national accord, and the other one is by the internationally recognized and elected House of Representatives Libyan National Army. This time, as I said, the major chunk came from Syrians, but also the Russians. During the military confrontation, the attempt by the Libyan National Army to take over Tripoli, it brought a number that is estimated between 2,000 and 3,000 mercenaries from the Wagner group. It is reported that the Turkish government, backing the internationally recognized government of national unity, actually made an agreement with the international government. So here on one side, we have a government and an army that is legally subordinate to the government internationally recognized legislative, which is the House of Representative based in Tobruk, bringing in Russians, but also employing mercenaries from the Sudan and at times from Chad. But the internationally recognized government, which controls the country's assets, runs its budget and receives the revenues from the sale of oil exports and controls its central bank and embassies and diplomacy, brought also Turkish Syrian mercenaries, but also did not refrain from employing mercenaries from the Sudan and from Chad at the same time. So all sides do actually and have been involved in employing mercenaries and bringing them into Libya, either directly, contracting them because they are there available on Libyan soil at the south, or through their allies, be it Turkey or the United Arab Emirates or Russia. But the funding, the paying, who's paying is the Libyan sides themselves. I mean, there are agreements signed by both sides of the Libyan divide, by which they pay the mercenaries, whatever amounts of money they agreed upon. It is also important to note that whereas mercenaries from African countries, neighboring African countries, are not really a part of any political confrontation in Libya, but they are soldiers of fortune, and they exploit or employ this to consolidate their own capabilities against their own governments. The Syrian fighters, mercenaries brought by Turkey, they actually have a political and ideological background, coming as they do from Islamist Syrian opposition backed by Turkey. So they have greatly played or participated an important role in transforming the Libyan conflict into an ideological one, an ideological war as well, and a war by proxy as well. And the two sides are backed by a number of foreign governments that are quite known now. The other Libyan, the other important element is that mercenaries in Libya are involved in various activities. They they are part of combat operations, intelligence, mining, training, securing areas, checkpoints. You see them in conflict zone, very visible. And the question is, they are all outside the realm of law. Law does not apply to them. Either those who are working on the side of the government of internationally recognized government, or the government and the army that is recognized and legally at least subordinate to the legal and internationally recognized House of Representatives, which is the sole country's legislative. One of the remarkable facts is that while the internationally recognized government and international organizations and some countries highlight the presence of Wagner elements, while they are in numbers, they are less significant, of course. They ignore others, especially the Syrians. It's also important to note that the internationally recognized government is paying the Syrians and other mercenaries. Eventually, every money paid to mercenaries actually come from the Central Bank of Libya, which is based in Tripoli. So the civil war and the political divide, and indeed Libya's porous borders and its relative wealth, attracts mercenaries, and they use it to consolidate their own capabilities. And mercenaries are also used by foreign actors in a kind of war by proxy for geopolitical interests, of course. Some mercenary groups have also clashed with each other over resources or interests. For example, in 2020, there were reports of fighting between Sudanese and Chadian mercenaries allied with both sides in southern Libya. The second point that I want to talk about is the legal kind of framework that may exist or not to govern the question of mercenaries. I mean, to call this, in short, Libya lacks any special legal provisions to deal with the issue. Though Libya's penal code of 1953, which is still applicable, criminalized the participation in an armed group that aims at to overthrow the constitutional order or undermine security of the state. This provision does not specifically address mercenaries or foreign fighters, and it is unclear how it is applied in practice. As a matter of fact, I haven't heard or seen any case in which a Libyan court tried any member of a mercenary group based on the Libyan penal code. Apart from this, Libya has no legal provisions related to the issue. But Libya is party to some international and regional agreements. For example, Libya is party to the 1977 Organization of African Union Convention for the Elimination of Mercenarism in Africa. Libya ratified this in 1985, but it's never been applied as well. Libya also is party to the 1989 International Convention against the recruitment, use, financing, and training of mercenaries. Libya signed this in 1990, but has not been ratified. Therefore, Libya has some legal obligations under international law to prevent, combat mercenarism, but it lacks a clear and comprehensive domestic legal framework to do so. More than this, the judiciary in Libya is in a very bad situation. It was almost impossible for the judiciary for at least since 2014, well into the 2021, for the judiciary to act and to be able to run the courts and have people or those who are accused into the courts. This applied not only to mercenaries but also to Libyans. I mean, Libyan criminals of Libyan origin were impossible to try during those years of civil war. So the activities of mercenaries are not yet subject to any particular law, and when such provisions exist, they have not been applied, it is actually impossible to apply the law on any violations. What implications? I think we have seen that mercenaries in Libya have been a source of instability in Libya itself, taking the Libyan divide and sometimes civil war into different directions that it could have avoided. And they brought more and more of foreign interference into the affairs of the country, making it actually quite probably, if not impossible, it's difficult, very difficult for Libyan actors to come into a Libyan agreement. And this also has led clearly to the failure of UN mediation over the years, despite the change and appointment of UN envoys to reach a settlement. Indeed, there were power sharing agreements signed at different instances, but the divide still continues, and mercenaries are still employed everywhere, and more they are involved. Increased level of crime and human trafficking are very visible, and mercenaries, especially armed groups on the borders, are very much involved. Therefore, we must understand that Libya's current situation doesn't permit any application or implementation of any legal convention or international law or any agreement or even local national law on the prevention or the combat of the use of mercenaries. For the simple reason, it is divided. There is no one state government that controls the whole region, and the internationally recognized government, the official government that controls the sources of wealth of the Libyan state, actually employs and continues employing mercenaries. So any approach has to be probably regional and then international. But we all know that the political divide in Libya has become regionalized and internationalized with proxies, and it is now taking a different direction with the developments of the confrontation between Western countries and Russia over Ukraine, and the implications of this on not only on the Sahel but probably globally. So any approach needs to be multilateral, but I see really no prospect of doing this for now, at least. Thank you for this, and I look forward to hearing more interesting contributions.
Thank you so much, Professor, for this very insightful experience sharing on the Libyan situation. And Professor, please allow me also, on behalf of everyone and ECOSOC in particular, to re-convey our solidarity with yourself and with the state of Libya for the difficulty that has been visited on the country. Yesterday, we observed a moment of silence at the beginning of this webinar, but I just wanted to also reiterate that to you and to appreciate you for having taken the time to be with us. So we have received two very useful, very instructive presentations in this first session. I invite colleagues on the call to please raise their hand using the logo on the Zoom so that I can call you. Please identify yourself and your organization and be very concise in your questioning. You can address your question to either of our two presenters. I wanted also to mention that I stepped in on behalf of our original moderator, who was not able to be here, but has been represented by a representative, Mr. Mohammed Halima, who has joined us. So perhaps, Mr. Halima, I can invite you to be part of the respondents to these two presentations so that you can also briefly share any insights that you might have. But now we can move into the Q&A session so we can maintain time. And I see that we have Mr. Ehrlich Sausomui, who has their hand up. So I invite you to please pose your question and be quite brief about it. Thank you. Mr. Ehrlich Sausomui, please, if you can hear me, you can take the floor and ask your question. Okay, I imagine there might be some difficulty. I can recognize Mr. or Ms. Abba Anwar to please ask your question or make your contribution. Abba Anwar, you have the floor.
Hello, are you with me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please ask your question or make your contribution.
All right, my name is Abba Anwar from Kano State, Nigeria, and a member of finance track of General Shola Williams, retired. I just want to ask Professor Yusuf Muhammad that looking at the fragmentation nature of Libya as a country that is now being governed by not less than maybe a dozen groups under one soil. How soon, Professor, can you project the end of this conflict in Libya? And does that have any link with the current trend of military coup d'etat taking place in many parts of Africa? And also, how do you suggest some solid ways, solid mechanisms by regional governments and regional organizations, as well as the international community, in putting an end to this political brouhaha taking place in Libya? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can take questions in one go, and then that will allow our presenters to answer at the same time, just for efficiency's sake. The floor is still open for any questions or contributions, and I acknowledge Dr. Joseph Masika. Dr. Masika, how are you? Please take the floor. Please be concise with your question or contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. And I do think the two presenters, they've done so good presentation. My question is to either Professor Sawani or to Jean Lois. You know, we can't leave Libya to be able to sort out this issue themselves because it's so divided. It's not united. There are so militias and everything, and there are so many countries being involved because of reasons of weak nation. Is there any scope for the African Union to take over and negotiate with all other stakeholders involved to try to sort out the issues and move forward to make sure that the Libya is completely free and united and they can be able to resolve their issues themselves? And I'm saying this, I was in Tripoli 2011 and I see it today is completely, lost. And it's my wish and everyone's wish to see coming up to the way it used to be before. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Masika. Do we have any further requests for the floor for our panelists before we hand over the floor to them? While we do that, I have a question for Jean-Louis. I think one of the things that has come up to me is a reluctance to call the problem by its name. So this hesitation or this strategic positioning of our leadership to actually admit the presence of foreign fighters or mercenaries on their territory. Professor Youssef just said that, in Libya, they are operating out and about in plain sight. And yet you will not get a sense that is the situation if we were to ask the political leadership. I think we know what has happened in in multiple countries in the Sahel. We don't need to mention names. But how do you think this affects, the feasibility of any sort of sustainable resolution to the problem if the political leadership are unlikely or unwilling to actually admit to the fact that, this is a problem? And then secondly, also, the role of geopolitical influence. Both yourself and the professor also mentioned, these actors who are out in the field, but they are acting either on behalf of or being more or less handled, by external actors. Some of them are state parties, and so how do we navigate these pressures, particularly at the level of the African Union? As the union itself, the regional economic communities, the member states themselves sometimes also have bilateral interest with some of these external influences of the situation. Do we have any other requests for the floor before we? Okay, I see Jasmine Rowe. Jasmine, please take the floor. Thank you. Jasmine Rowe, please go ahead and ask your question or make your contribution.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I know we have all these different mechanisms that are supposed to be in place to solve these conflicts. Obviously, the United Nations is one. African Union is there. But what I would like to know is the international community. What can the international community do to help in these situations? Because it seems like, with the different tribes and partitions of parties in each of our African countries, there's a bit of a propaganda that stirs things. Is there anything that the international community can do to help solve some of these problems on the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I give the floor now to Ms. Brenda Mwangi. Please take the floor and kindly be concise. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I wanted to know if there are any institutions that are working together with the African Union platform on children affected by conflict, particularly with regards to the rehabilitation and reintegration of former child soldiers, because a lot of the times we're watching children being recruited, but by the time they leave the conflict zone, they are adults. They're expected to come back into the society and act as adults, but are still in the age where they first experienced the trauma. So when they come back to the communities, we're looking at GBV, we're looking at drug abuse and whatnot, which, other institutions seem to care more about that than what actually happened before. I'm interested in the platform on children affected by conflict, the AU CDC, and silencing the guns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think other experts on the call who might be well-versed in the African Union policy framework can also feel free to touch on that particular question. I now recognize Dr. Juliana Kisimbi. Dr. Juliana Kisimbi, please take the floor for your question or contribution.
Thank you very much, sir. Excellencies, our retired generals, good afternoon. All protocols observed. My question is one, we have a situation whereby it is our youth, because of being jobless and helpless, that are recruited and become militia in Africa, mostly in Africa and in the Maghreban countries. My question is, how then do we curb this? Because what normally is that they target our intelligent youth. You can find most of them are A or B students that would be productive for the country as opposed to being insurgents somewhere fighting their own nations. And so we need to address this holistically, looking at where the source of this conflict comes from. And primarily, that's one catalyst that usually invokes it. And then my second question is, then how do you handle, especially in Africa, leaders who want to surpass their constitutional mandate of power? If their constitution says 10 years, they want to change the constitution and exceed their mandate of power. This is actually, for most, why you're seeing a rise in coup d'etats in Africa. It is because we have young people who want to accept power. They cannot do it because the ones in power do not want to relinquish their positions. So how do you manage that so that we can have a more stable Africa continent? Thank you.
Very pertinent question. Thank you, Dr. Juliana. I think we will take these questions now and revert to presenters to share their thoughts. I would like to start with the permission of Jean-Louis with Professor Youssef, because the professor needs to recuse himself shortly. So Professor, perhaps you've heard everything that has been said. You don't have to go one by one, but you can sort of maybe take 4 to 5 minutes to touch on the main highlights of the comments and questions that have come. So you have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you, and thanks for the other participants who posed questions and comments. It's really, I wish I knew when Libyan, ongoing conflict ends. But what I can assure you is that this is the aspiration of every ordinary Libyan. And if you were following the last few days, last week actually, when the tragic catastrophe with Storm Daniel hit the eastern parts of the country, left, tens of thousands of people between dead and lost and unaccounted for, demolished, an entire third of a large big city on the mountainous area of the eastern part of the country. I saw this for myself, and I think international media was to some extent professional in bringing this to viewers in all corners of the globe, how ordinary Libyans came together and how united they are. They just ignored all political divisions. As a matter of fact, there were even some militias that came from the western parts of the country, and they worked together with the big armed, the so-called Libyan National Army or Libyan Arab Armed Forces led by Field Marshal Haftar, and they were working together for rescue and recovery activities. The sadness, the degree of sadness, the magnitude of the tragedy and the catastrophe, I think, was only a strong reminder how Libyans are united. But the question now is actually beyond the aspirations of Libyans who were aspiring for democracy and prosperity, who were involved in the uprising in 2011, had their popular uprising really hijacked first by an international coalition that turned an otherwise would have been a peaceful, probably civilian uprising into a bloody civil war that lasted 8 months, in which NATO bombarded every part of the country and caused rifts and wounds that are really difficult to overcome. And later on, we had all kind of foreign interventions and interference. Now Libya has become a theater for international, regional contestations on geopolitical interests and war by proxies. Every now and then, an attempt to hold a Libyan Libyan kind of reconciliation, negotiation to agree on the contested issues, these attempts were foiled by the so-called international community. I am a realist when it comes to international relations. I don't believe in the existence of an international community, at least as far as the Libyan conflict is concerned. There is no international community. And I have conducted research and spoke to heads of UN mission, at least 4 of them. They all agreed unanimously that while they were working, mediating the Libyan conflict on behalf of the UN, members of the Security Council were stabbing them in the back. The permanent 5 were actually working against the mediation of UN envoys. So I think Africans, Libyans in the first place, need not to rely so much on the so-called international community or international norms. We have really to rely on our own resources and come together. So any resolution has to be multilateral and has to answer the challenges that were initially and will also, if not attended to, lead to further catastrophes, either in Libya or in Sahel. The latest wave of military coups that took place in some neighboring African countries, and probably more, are candidates to further disruptions of civilian rule, are I think a strong indication that the challenges are still there, and the so-called reforms, either those brought in the region after the Arab Spring or the wave of democratization in Africa, have only been able in postponing the answer to the challenges. The challenges remain there, and the answer has yet to come. Libya's future is mostly dependent in the hands of the competing regional and international forces. And I think unless there was a national kind of awareness on behalf of Libyans after a tragedy like the one that we had days ago, I think the country will probably see another bloody, awful decade of division and confrontation. And the elements of it, the ingredients are still there. I mean, so we should not fool ourselves into this. And this is all I have to say. And thank you for listening to me and inviting me into this panel once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Youssef Mohammed Sawani. We recognize you need to leave us, but thank you so much for sharing this very rich tapestry of information and experience on the Libyan situation with us. We have captured as much as we can, and we will definitely integrate your inputs into the outcome of the...
I'll remain with you at least for another 15 minutes. So if there are other issues that needs to be answered by myself, and humbly, I will be happy to do so.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we are now able to go to our first panelist, Mr. Jean-Louis Romani-Peru. Thank you so much for your patience. And you have the floor now to address the questions and commentary that came up. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can keep on calling me Jean-Louis, since I feel at home. As a matter of fact, it's too vast of a question, the one on the role of the African Union, to answer here. I really encourage you to dig deeper on this, because Libya is a case in point. And I personally wrote a report that I presented in Addis Ababa for the African Union. And then I wrote an article together with a Spanish scholar on the UN sanctions and mediation in Libya, and that I encourage you to read. You'll find it online. I can send you the link probably in the chat. It's called UN Sanctions and Mediation in Libya. And for those who do not remember, in 2011, at the early stages of the uprisings and civil war de facto, the African Union had put together a high-level mediation committee composed of 5 heads of state, a very high-level initiative to actually mediate, and they were going to meet Gaddafi in Tripoli. And they were prevented because the bombing campaign started the very day before they were supposed to land in Tripoli. And NATO said, we advise you not to go because for your own security. I cannot say, nobody can, whether that mediation effort would have succeeded. But both that mediation effort by the African Union and the efforts of the UN mediator for Libya were completely derailed by the military campaign that was clearly geared towards regime change. So I encourage you to read these two articles and send them to you. The second one is on the deep roots of Libya's security fragmentation. But one is external and is partially what we're talking about. Another one is clearly internal. We should not ascribe all Libya ills to foreign interference and foreign mingling. I think that we do injustice to Libya's own agency. Libyans also have had a say in the decisions that they have taken for their own country, notwithstanding the foreign interference and the disastrous effects that it has had. Nowadays, the situation is a bit complicated, and so I respond to Dr. Joseph Basica and also to the chair, the reluctance to call the problem by its name. There is very little to be done at this point besides what Libyans can do themselves, because foreign powers have actually deployed their own troops. We're no longer talking about mercenaries. We're talking about Turkish military, and on the other side, Russian through Wagner, but also Emirati and Egyptians. And the pernicious effect of the type of weapons and also the deployment of military, both state and non-state and private military contractors, mercenaries, and so forth, is very, very deep. I really encourage you to look at the trajectory of the 2019-2020 conflict, which can be rightfully regarded as the first drone war, a war that was decisively fought with the use of drones. Why? Because drones are operated in Libya by foreign forces, not mercenaries, not PMCs. No, no, no. We're talking about Turkish military on one side and allegedly UAE military on the other. And they determined the fate of the conflict. When Haftar forces lost in Tripoli, in a country where there is no interference, forces would have gone after them all the way home. They would have obliterated or tried to find them all the way back home. This didn't happen. They didn't even go to the south, where there were very lucrative oil fields. And that's not for a Libyan decision. Libyan forces would have gone at least to the south to take over El Feel and Sharara oil fields that are producing a large share of the oil production of Libya. They didn't. And why? For the simple reason that my argument, which I wrote in a monography for the Istituto Affari Internazionali, IAI, that you can find online, but it's in Italian, but Google Translate will allow you to read it. My argument is that Russians and Turks actually have most of their geopolitical and strategic objectives in common. And they came to terms, and they decided to freeze the Libyan conflict, establish a zone of influence for both parties and or coalitions. And therefore, when Libyan forces would have wanted to go to the south, mind yourself, that type of war is fought with technicals, pickups, with machine guns. And in a semi-desertic territory like Libya, which is extremely large, the third largest country in Africa, you have to drive for 8 hours to go to the south from Tripoli in open territory. If you do not have aerial coverage, you're obliterated immediately. It's one drone can strike your entire force. And so, of course, since the drones were in the hands of Turks, without air coverage, forces could not go to the south. Today, we still have the same zones of influence, minus some give and take. Taman Hind Airport, for instance, switched side recently, but for other dynamics of the results of the conflict in Tripoli. which is quite striking. So what do you have out of a situation like that with such a level of foreign interference? Libya lost a large chunk of its own sovereignty, and it created a system whereby its development of the national institutions, centralization of the central bank, centralization of the army, unification of national institutions is completely out of the program, because foreign powers have no interest whatsoever to have a single powerful set of national institutions and single legitimate government in Libya. So that basically forebodes chronic institutional division and fragility, and a frozen conflict with a vulnerability of parties to the conflict, which then forces them to always rely on a foreign patron to secure their survival and power. Jasmine asked what the international community can do. Very little or nothing. There's a deadlock at the UN Security Council, which is the body deputed for ensuring peace and stability in the world, and it's completely blocked. The mechanism no longer works, and it's impossible to reform, at least thus far. Regional organizations, the African Union, as in 2011, still nowadays in Libya, may be perceived as non-super partes, to be biased, because Gaddafi, to be frank, played a very important role in many African countries and also in the African Union. And so the opposition did not trust the African Union as an institution to be a credible mediator also, and a credible party, because considered, together with South African ruler, too close to Gaddafi. I don't know if today there would be room, but it would be definitely important that the African Union expands its role also in North Africa. But there are other divisions, this time not affecting Libya, that prevent that. Mrs. Brenda talked about child soldiers. In Libya, it's impossible to address the issue. You would have to address the issue back in the country of origin when they come back. But as you said, it's too late. In Libya, it's very dangerous to access the territory. And now, to the danger, you have to add also the level of control and repression. The international community and the level of control that local authorities are now increasingly asserting over international cooperation and development is unprecedented. It's very difficult now for the international community to carry out international development and cooperation programs in Libya. The level of control is at unprecedented levels. And Dr. Juliana talked about the prevention of jobless students and youth from being recruited. I completely agree with you, which is why earlier I mentioned the importance to adopt a human security approach, which focuses on source of livelihood, particularly on the border areas where it is very permeable and where a large swath of youth are available for recruitment. There needs to be efforts for both governance, participatory governance in the home country, but also sources of livelihood for these communities. I also want to mention the role of media, fake news, disinformation, which is mastered by the Russians, which is a large also reason for explaining the changed attitude of entire populations towards Western countries, the European Union, France in particular. This is not a coincidence. You have to see what is said in the media. Short of the people who are in direct contact with what former foreign fighters do, particularly Wagner, who know the brutality and the true interest, the rest of the population with no direct exposure instead are only exposed to the media. And they can buy narratives that are completely fake, completely manufactured. And we need to be aware of that. And I will stop here. Thank you very much for the very insightful questions.
And just in time, thank you so much, Mr. Peru, because this brings us wonderfully to the next session, which will be looking at the perspectives from the from the Great Lakes, from the Central Africa and the Lake Chad Basin. I acknowledge there's a lot of interest in this topic. I encourage participants and colleagues on the call to note down your questions. We will try to create additional room as much as we can for you to throw in any questions that you might have. But we need to proceed with the program for the sake of time. And so we will give our sincere thanks to Mr. Jean-Louis Romani Peru and Professor Youssef Mohamed Sawani for being with us today. We will now be moving on to the next session, which will be looking at the perspectives from the Central Africa and the Lake Chad Basin. This session will receive presentations from 3 panelists. We have Reverend John Joseph Hayab. He's the Country Director, Global Peace Foundation, Nigeria. And he will be followed by Major General Retired Ishola Williams, Executive Secretary, Pan-African Strategic and Policy Research Group, PANASTRAG. And then last but definitely not least, we will have a presentation from Mrs. Elizabeth Traore Andoni from Les Amis de l'Afrique Centrale Commune, Rwanda. So these are the 3 panelists that will be addressing the topic from the perspective of Central Africa and the Lake Chad Basin. And I have the privilege now to hand over the moderation duties to the Deputy Presiding Officer of ECOSOC for the Central Region, Mr. Joseph Aye Chongsi. Deputy Presiding Officer Chongsi, you have the floor to guide the proceedings for the next 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you, dear colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome for this second panel discussion on this very topical issue. Indeed, as have been said since yesterday, it is a very sensitive issue, and it is very important that we as civil society organizations in Africa continue to discuss about it so as to make it simple, so as to make it not seen as a taboo, as others have considered. And so it is very important that in the course of discussion, given the program, we realize that we have the opportunity to air out and professionally what are the contexts and the drivers of the issue of not being able to silence the guns, especially related to the recruitment of foreign fighters and mercenaries in Africa. Definitely, we understand that in the Central Africa, while much of African regions are greatly developing, the Central Africa has remained on spot. And so this is one of the issues why the Central African citizens are asking the question, why is it that it's happening a little bit differently in other regions in Africa? And in the Central African region, we seem to be stagnant. This alone is enough cause for people to begin to have dissenting voices and to see if the problem is the leadership, if the problem is somewhere, and definitely the problem lies in the leadership, because all governments, all states have the primary responsibility to protect the citizens and their property. And if this cannot be done, it means that there is something wrong. Therefore, it is important that we begin to see that in Central Africa, why this responsibility is handed over to some people, us, especially to foreign government, friendly governments to Central Africa, it opens up opportunity for dissenting of voices and for other avenues for them to recruit foreign fighters and mercenaries. This is a little bit of what is happening in Africa, and that explains exactly what is happening in Central African Republic. We also have it in Cameroon today, and yesterday in Gabon, we hear the military takeover. And of course, you can see, and most of us have seen, what they discovered in the president's residence and in his family's, like his son, the huge sum of money that they were keeping to the detriment of the ordinary citizens of this region and of that country. That is it. Thank you, Nana, for having me to introduce the panelists. And I will start with the first panelist, Dr. John Joseph. It's a double name, JJ. He is the country director of Global Peace Foundation in Nigeria. Doctor, can you take the speech, please? Doctor, I would just wish to remind you that because of time constraint, you would have 7 minutes for this presentation. Thank you. Over. Regrettably, he's not online. And we'll just move to our next panelist, Major General Ishala Williams. He is the Executive Secretary of Pan-African Strategies. Please, can you take over the speech?
Thank you very much. I want to start with 2 general points. One is, as I said yesterday, there are policies, programs, instruments that are available for all the challenges and problems and issues that you are talking about. We have a problem of implementation, and one of the factors and impediment is not for the lack of human resources in Africa, but lack of resources, financial. And unfortunately, everybody goes back to the same donors. EU, United States of America, United Kingdom, and so on. You have to go back. And now there are some players who are not coming in now, but they play the games different way. China, Turkey, India. And we need to understand that as long as we have this financial impediment, when we put up programs and policies and things like that, we must always have at the back of our mind, where will the financial resources come from to be able to implement them? Second point, general point, Africans don't learn from each other in resolving national or regional issues. We don't at all. I want to give an example. Burkina Faso is on fire. Ghana has no smoke. Why? Mali is on fire. Guinea is cool. How? What are they doing in those countries that I've mentioned that are different from what those countries that are on fire were doing before they got on fire? Have we learned lessons from there and what we can do about that? Third point, people have talked about the coups and occasional change of government. We have made a proposal again to ECOSOC. And I think ECOSOC has considered it for another webinar to Nana and Honorable William Keru, sorry. Now let me come to Lake Chad. Desiree made a point yesterday that we concentrate most of our effort on military action. Again, it is not true. It is not true because when I take the case of Lake Chad, since 2008, sorry, there has been a strategic plan for Lake Chad Basin. Moving forward, in 2019, there was a regional Lake Chad Basin stabilization plan for Lake Chad. And Lake Chad Basin Commission has been existing for nearly 20 years now. And that is to look after the economic and social issues in Lake Chad Basin. Lake Chad Basin has gone dry, which has made the matters worse. But there's always a plan too forward, in which to bring water from River Congo to River Chari, and then from there to Lake Chad, to refill Lake Chad. That will cost billions and billions of dollars. Who is going to pay for that? Africans are not ready to pay for the implementation of their plans, decisions, and policies. But again, something interesting happened with the coup in Niger, when ECOWAS was threatening to use force that they did in Gambia. And the president of Cote d'Ivoire said, I am ready not only to put up the necessary military element, but also contribute some money to putting his resources to where the mouth is. Very rare in Africa. Okay. Again, we're seeing the military regimes in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and Niger coming together to form an alliance of Sahelian states. Why didn't they do that 10 years ago? Or more than 10 years ago, when the whole insurgency problem started, especially in Mali. Therefore, it is not lack of any social and economic policy to work side by side with military action. Lack of resources for implementation. I also want to move on to another point, which to me is critical. We tend to forget in any conflict, who are the people who bear guns, boys and men. It's only recently that we are not paying attention to the issue of boy child, like it has been done for over decades now, on girl child. How do you stop the boys from being convinced or confused to carry arms for insurgency movements or for terrorism? How do you convince them not to do that? Do you have a special program for them? And when you also look at, when we say demobilization and so on, especially for non-state actor groups. First thing, under DDR, take some of them back into the army. The rest, do something about them, give them some money, let them go. I've always proposed that. Give them vocational training. Let them go and rebuild the area they have destroyed while they were terrorists and insurgents. So the hands that have destroyed before can be trained to become the hand that can build. Okay? And that's an action that has to be taken at regional level and at national level where they have problems. Okay. So Lake Chad Basin now. The Boko Haram and ISWAP that we have in Nigeria, they are very particular about a particular part of Nigeria. It's not an insurgency against the whole of Nigeria. They want to create a caliphate in the Borno state of Nigeria, in the northeast of Nigeria. That's what they want to do. If not, they could have created problems in the whole of Nigeria, but they are not doing that. ISWAP said they have captured Boko Haram, and they have taken hostage of the whole of the Lake Chad Basin. And the interesting thing is that Boko Haram and ISWAP have said We are not interested in Chad. We are not interested in Cameroon. We're only interested in Niger because our people are there and they provide safe aid. They help the government of Nigeria to be able to suppress us. So they are not interested in those countries. They're interested in the Borno state of Nigeria in order to be able to create a caliphate. But people who are doing the strategic thinking do not agree with that objective of Boko Haram and Islam in planning their intervention and how they can eliminate Boko Haram. I also want to mention, and not to take too much time, an important point. When you look at the case of Lake Chad, the communities there are forced to accept what's happening. But you can draw an example from the case of Mali, where the communities there have decided to negotiate with insurgents for their own survival. And there have been reports from humanitarian NGOs. And those humanitarian NGOs are financed by donors. And because of that, there's a gap between the communities who are doing their own peacemaking and the national body who are fighting the insurgents. And at the same time, blaming the communities who are trying to survive, supporting the insurgents. How do you reconcile that? These are issues that anybody that's thinking of intervention must start thinking from bottom up now. We've only been talking about AU, high-level panel, mediators and mediation. They are not working as they should work. They are not working. Let's look at it the other way around. Bottom up. How do you start from the community and close the gap between the communities who are suffering and those who are sitting in the acquisition office in the capital and who say they are mediating? How do you really solve the problem? And if a foreign minister goes to speak outside and talk about conflict in his own area, is he really talking about the conflicts in the community area and how? When they talk, they are looking for a way to get more money for mediation and everything. And in most cases, when they sign a peace pact, it will break down. And then the vicious circle, like Nana said, continues. Okay. We need a group of people who need to sit down sincerely. And I used to think that before AU takes a decision, there's a need for serious consultation with regional groups before they send any decision to the summit at all. And let the regional groups agree that this decision can be implemented and we take responsibility for implementing decisions. And then we go back at national level and then get the countries and find ways and means of helping them to implement decisions. If you have too many decisions that are about 70 to 80% of decisions of you are not implemented. The second thing is that most of the problems and challenges that go to the Security Council are from Africa. And final point I want to make, there are too many regional groups in Africa, too many of them. How can we cut them down to 5 and make them more effective? And the money they give to all these scattered regional groups can come to 5 of them and to the AU to be able to do something. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major General Ishola Williams, for that heart-touching presentation you have done there. I'm sure our panelists, participants getting me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I can continue. And so, General, I'm sure that, like me, other participants would have loved to see you, your video, but we are seeing only a paper and your hand sometimes. Maybe when the questions will be asked will be good. It will be good for you to actually let us see you. If everybody got what I got, the thrust of what he presented is that there are a lot of instruments and programs in Africa that can help us advance and stop, silence the gun in terms of development programs and so on. And that the problem here is the implementation of these programs, the implementation of these instruments. And he also highlighted the fact that predominantly it is the youth that take the lead in armed conflict, in carrying the guns. And why do they do that? Is simply because there are no alternatives. They are not employed. And so it is important that for his recommendation, he's recommending that the DDR that we have, demobilization and reintegration, should develop programs, training programs, vocational training programs, so that our youth, those who are demobilized and join the center, can be trained to go back and rebuild what they destroyed. This is very important. And the next recommendation that he made was that before the African leaders take anything to the summit, it is important to consult with the groups so that whatever comes out, that they can speak in one voice and stay by it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Major General Chula Williams. We are moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mrs. Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth, please, could you take the speech?
Thank you so much for having me. I was very happy to hear the general speaking, because some of the things I'm going to talk about will, resemble what he said a little bit. So first, I'm going to present myself. I'm Elizabeth, and I'm part of the Friends of Central Africa, which is an NGO that target peace in our region. It's part of the Economic Monetary Community of Central Africa, which has it has 6 member states like Chad, Gabon, Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, and I think Congo and Cameroon. So why we started this in 2008 was because we realized that in Africa, a lot is done and is taken to the EU and to the United Nations, but we found out that they were not really taking into account a real issue, which is for the Friends of Central Africa, we created it, we target peace. We want to teach our population, about equality and diversity, so that we can create unity, among our fellow people in the Central African region, because we found out that main problem we work on in the Friends of Central Africa is the problem of identity, ethnicity, and everything. Because when we have foreign fighters, especially our charity is also based in Kivu, where there is a lot of war and everything. And we realize that our region are very rich in natural resources. And in the CMAC, our borders are not really, the borders are a bit porous, it's easy for people just to travel without proper identity, and so it makes us weak to foreign fighters and terrorism. And like the general was saying, for example, if you look at in Cameroon, they're fighting with Boko Haram, and we have a border with Cameroon and Gabon, Kiosi. So these I call them mercenary, but these foreign fighters were they create a danger even to Gabon, because my father is from Gabon. They will create a danger to us. So if we don't have the necessary equipment and the necessary technology, to even protect us from this kind of foreign fighters. Gabon was also spiral into violence. At the moment, we kind of, it's a little bit of a peace haven because we don't really know war. And we've managed to avoid all this ideology and political foreign fighters. However, in spite of all our effort in the Friends of, in English we call Friends of Central Africa, but in French, in spite of all our effort in Les Amis d'Afrique Centrale, what we decided was like we will put our effort, to tackle the grassroots, the people in the grassroots. So because we noticed that in the villages, and because people in Africa or Europe a lot concentrate on the city, they go more, but in the people who are left out in the villages and everything, it's easy for these terrorists, I would call them, to recruit, young children to go and fight for them, like we see in DRC, and also like we see in Chad. So what we do, we try and go there and speak to families, speak to the head of the villages. In French, we call it les chefs du village. But because although we are in many countries in Central Africa, our effort is just like a tiny salt in a big ocean. So when we come to webinar like this, it's I'm very happy to actually find out that there's been a lot going on. I know this in writing because they do a lot of talks, and we go to so many conferences. But all this, like the general said, has not brought us actually a solution. What we find is like there is more reinsurgence of all these terrorists again. And especially, I always ask myself, why is it like it's always like in the north? Like if you look at Chad, they have a military regime, but they're not able to sustain the terrorists there. Then we have Central African region, where the president himself invited, Wagner, this group that he thinks he's trusting, to protect him. But we, as the Friends of Central Africa, we see these people as danger. For me, the Wagner group represent danger in a sense where, yes, they're protecting at the moment the president of the Republic Centrafrique, but what they're not doing is like they're weakening our own military forces, because if we are using a foreign mercenary and you are weakening your own military base that is supposed to be there to protect the country, to protect your territory. So it means that once these people leave, we don't know where they're going. We don't know the next place they're going to go to do their, I call it dirty work, although for some people having mercenary, they come with a lot of problem, these people. They come with a lot of problem. There will be a lot of looting. And this is my fear, because in the CIMAC region, we have so many natural resources. We have so much wealth. And that's always been the reason why I think our region has been the target of criminals. So for me, I used to ask my father that why is the CIMAC not working with other member states, to strengthen the borders? But then he told me, the technology is not up to scratch. He said to me, my father used to say, with the corruption, it's easy for somebody, foreign fighters, to disguise himself as a Gabonese or disguise himself as a Cameroonian, to enter any member state of the CIMAC because of corruption. Because in Europe, they started doing this PNR, comment on dit ça encore? C'est, this identity thing, personal identity. I can't remember the name. Where when you go to a border, you know, with the fingerprint and everything, with it's easier to identify people. But in our region, we still don't have this kind of thing. So I think personally, because I don't want to speak for someone else, I think personally that the best way to fight against most of these uninvited foreign fighters and mercenary is to strengthen, you know, our borders, you know, because I'm always, although I live in Europe, I go to Africa most of the time, but it's always been this reduced border contact that we have in the CMAC heighten the risk for terrorists with all these illicit activities. Like when you look at Wagner in Central African Republic, we speak, because we have people there, we speak to the people, even to the military, they feel humiliated, you know, they feel humiliated that they've been trained, you know, to protect the country, but to have a foreign force undermining the patriotism, I don't think that this will end up very good. And this again, it's another, it will be another loophole to start another war, because once these people go, you know, it's not coup d'etat I'm talking about, because there's even infighting, you know, in our region, in Central Africa, that will put people again in danger. Then these foreign fighters again, you know, they smuggle things, they smuggle people. We don't really know their main interest. We don't really know their motivation, but I think the motivation is more natural resources. But somebody else, maybe the president from Central African Republic, would think that maybe is to protect him. But I think that having these foreign fighters and Daesh, not really in our region, but we hear a lot about Boko Haram, because Cameroon and Nigeria, you know, Bakassi, they have like borders. Kiosi and Gabon, there's this border where day and night, we always ask ourselves, when is it, it's like a wildfire that can go to all these region, because I know, I don't know if people know Gabon very well. Yes, we had election not long ago, and then, you know, there was like a coup. That's another thing, you know, but the people in Gabon think that the coup was like a liberation coup, but still, I'm still saying that we still have to respect, you know, the rule of law. But anyway, but at least the people there, they haven't really been under threat of what Boko Haram is doing in Cameroon, what they're doing in Chad, Central African Republic, the infights that are going on. We had war in Congo, Republic of Congo. So we are the only peace haven at the moment, you know, in that region. And I also think that, yes, we see, you know, foreign fighters, but I also think that there's a lot of civil conflict, you know, in our region that are based on ethnicity, identity, that present further challenges for peace and security, you know. And I think that's why it's so easy for these terrorist group or these to be able to get people from some villages, because they will come and present our children and our young men ideology or political. If it doesn't work through religion, they will bring an ideology. If it doesn't work from the ideology, they will bring the political side of things. Yes, you are from this ethnic group and they are the one in power. They're not, you know, really bothering about you, and the people will buy this kind of thing. That's why I believe that in my region, we really have to work hard, because we rely a lot on the EU, but you know, the EU framework is good. But I think also that these regions need to also create their own framework that listen to the people on the ground, listen to the people in the grassroots, to make all this recommendation work, because there's a lot of recommendation. Why don't they work? Because sometimes it's not the aspiration of the people on the ground. With les Amis de l'Afrique Centrale, when we speak to people, the first thing they say, ethnic group, or for example, in Kivu, there was the people in Kivu and the group there, they tell our members of Les Amis de l'Afrique Centrale, why should I not fight for my village when we have people coming from other countries or people from other region of Congo trying to come and take our wealth because they know that there's cobalt, you see? So there's people mix up the reason. They can find any reason to fight. You know, we've had a conflict, for example, somebody from another region just coming to live in Kivu or in Katana, where we have like the orphanage, creates problems because another region is viewed with suspicion. So the little work that we do to help stabilize a little bit, like in the villages, is to train people and speak to them about accepting differences and for them not to see the other person as a threat. Because although we are from the same country, you know, in Gabon is the same issue. Equatorial Guinea is the same issue. If there's war in Equatorial Guinea, the first war would be ethnicity war, because it would be like, oh yeah, the President Obiang is from this region. And then the foreign fighters, they just find, they're not the main, they are not the one really creating it. They find a problem embedded, and these people just use it as an opportunity to come and create more, how can I say it, more havoc in our life, you know, because for example, I like to give the example of Gabon. There's no civil war at the moment, although they tried to also get mercenary, but it wasn't possible because the new man in power is true Gabonese, so he managed to avoid, I mean, bloodshed or whatever, you know, that they were saying. But I think that the foreign fighters issue remained, with the EU also finding solution with us, because we do our own framework, the EU do their own remit, like, because they've been writing a lot. And then before decisions are made, we have to meet in the middle, like in the middle ground. Like for me, I remember when I used to try and fight for people in my village, because elephant used to come and destroy people's food, and that was another reason for villagers fighting. The first thing my father told me, I said to my father, okay, we're going to get lawyers and everything. And I said, we do this. And my father told me, because he's been reading, my father told me, whatever you do concerning Africa or
Hello,
Central.
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had 10 minutes, and we've given you the grace of 3 more minutes so that you can run off. Thank you. Elizabeth, you have a grace of 2 minutes to run off, because your 10 minutes is
Oh,
over.
yes. So to run off is, my father told me, although he used to work in Europe, he said to me that whatever you do, you need to make sure that you speak with the relevant people who are going through this issue, which are the villages. My father told me that there's no need for you to make decision with foreign people there. We have to ask the people, les autochtones, we call them. So I think the solution would be, before we make decision on anything, we need to speak with the people on the ground to help us take the necessary decision. And I think that's the solution. Speak to the Africans, and they will give us African solution, and then go to Europe and find out.
Are you done?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that great presentation there. And certainly, if others have got it like me, in your presentation, what I captured is you are talking about the easy movement of mercenaries through the porous borders, and which, in your opinion, we think that we need to look at our borders so that the mercenaries should not have a free flow from wherever they're coming from into our country. And then you also have talked about the unconstitutional takeover of government, which is a condemnable issue by African Union and by African civil society in ECOSOC. And then you've also talked about tribalism, which is at the center of not being able to silence a gun because everybody is trying to protect his or her tribal ethnic groups and so on. Thank you again. And as we are running off this panel discussion, while participants are preparing their various contributions and questions to the panelists, I would like to say that practically, since the discussion is about sharing experiences in our region, we know that we might be missing the point if we don't look at it from the internal perspective. For one thing, we know that in almost every country, armed robbery cannot be put out. Armed robbery cannot be put out. And you see, not being able to silence the gun is because there are users, and the users are generally first and foremost armed robbers who can, in a broad daylight, use their arms to rob a bank, to rob a big enterprise, and so on. And so it's difficult, therefore, to silence the gun. And so the issue here is, if we're able to combat armed robbery, neutralize them, and then we can already start a learning state to silencing the gun. We know, for example, that in Cameroon, which many have talked about, we don't only have the issue of Boko Haram coming from Nigeria. We also have the Anglophones who have been in bloody confrontation, bloody conflict, which is taking away life every day. And those who promote this recruit people from neighboring countries. You have Chad, Nigeria, Central African Republic to come and fight, come and support them. And so when we are talking about missionaries, might be missing the point to think that it's only from foreign countries that this missionary come. Even our neighbors come in to fight. So I'm talking about our own initiative, our own effort to recruit in these missionaries with the intention of taking over, unconstitutional taking over of government. Or we also have the issue of poor government or poor governance, which has led to the clamor and the claim for self-determination, and by which self-determination people want to be free, people want to cut off from others. And behind this cutting off is neocolonialism, which are basically the Western world that are behind the African people, the African government, struggling to fragmentalize it, struggling to weaken it so as to continue to ploy in our resources. And so they set up groups to be able to fight the government in place if the government seems to be headstrong to their wishes, and so on. So that is it. That is it. We are talking about how do we silence the gun in Africa? How do we combat missionaries in Africa in this panel discussion? And we are sharing our experiences in Central Africa and sub-region. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the question contribution session, which will take us the next 25 minutes, so we can run off with this session. The floor is now open for contributions and session. And please just show your hand, we shall receive you. Thank you. I don't know, are participants getting me at all?
Yes,
Joseph, they're getting you. And
Chair, we've suddenly stayed so silent that I'm afraid to ask you whether we are live.
Chair, please. So I'm enabling them to on the system so that they can talk. So this is why they are silent. So I'm just allowing them permission to talk. So now they can join. Okay. So there's Boniface Chimbe, who is first on the list. Yeah.
Boniface?
Okay. Thank you so very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all the participants.
Boniface, you know we are always quarreling. Can we see your face, please?
Okay. Where do I
put on your camera? You have a handsome face. Why are you hiding it?
I cannot find the camera. Sorry, DPO Central, bear with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Bear with me, DPO. Yeah, thank you so very much, I think, to the panelists for the extensive presentation that have been made. I had two questions. The first one was for the previous panelists, but also the second one for these current panelists. But let me pose the two questions. Maybe I could be assisted. In terms of the first panelist, I wanted to find out the role that the United Nations is playing and has been playing in the specific instance of Libya, but also perhaps in the specific instance of the Lake Chad region, in as far as one of their key mandates of the maintenance of international peace and security is concerned, especially within states, and how you are able to evaluate their effectiveness or failure in that particular regard. Are you able to please weigh in on what you think the United Nations has been doing and whether you think they've been effective or they've been failing in assisting states, whether it be in Central African region or North Africa, with a specific reference to Libya? The second question I have, listening very carefully to the second panelist, and maybe both of them can answer this question. Really, what is the biggest problem, if they were to put it in a sentence, as regards to the Lake Chad region, so that it's very clear, and that even as we are talking about solutions or trying to understand what role other international partners and stakeholders can play, we have a proper understanding and diagnosis of exactly what the problem is. Could you please assist me to understand the problem in the Lake Chad region in a nutshell? Thank you.
Can I take the floor now? Hello? I think I've lost you.
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's my turn. Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is to our last speaker. I can't quite remember her name. What I'd like to ask is, what is the role?
Could you tell us your name, please, and then we move on with your question. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Dr. Juliana Mumo Kisimbi from Kenya. My question is to our last speaker. When it comes to any civil unrest in African and any country, it is the women and the children who suffer the most. They are the biggest casualties of the war. So then what preparedness can be done? Because we're sort of seeing a trend in both Africa and in the Maghreban countries. What sort of preparedness can be done in order to ensure that we protect women and children who become very vulnerable, especially our young girls who become young wives and forced wives to the Boko Haram, and they end up being kidnapped? So how
how can we as Africa prevent this kind of occurrence? Because it's a sequence that has happened. It happened in Nigeria, it's happening in Cameroon. So what then do we do in order to curb this? Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
can I go?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Mwaisege John from Kenya. First of all, I want to thank the panelists, both of the first and the second session, for the very...
Just a minute, please, just a minute. Dr. Rash, could we be having the images of the participant? Is it possible? Because I don't know whether it is my laptop that is having a problem or is... Yeah. We cannot see each other.
Chair.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so what we have is like panelists, they are as attendees, so their camera is disabled. I can promote them to panelists, so then they can join with the panelist link. This is first thing. And secondly, I think I will just tell you the order in which the hands have been raised so that we get them right. So if you want them to have the camera on, I will need to promote them to panelists, but then they will need to accept the panelist link and speak.
Okay.
Can I make a reservation?
Yes.
Chair, because of the unstable nature of my network from my end. I think if my voice is audible enough, then could I be allowed to proceed this way?
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as I was indicating in my remarks, is that I want first to appreciate the rich presentations made by presenters in both panels, and then move on to say that as Chair, you've indicated the colonial continued aspects of that we are witnessing that are making it difficult for us to silence the gun. And I want to concur with you that I want to believe the original motive that called for colonization of our continent. As Africans, I want to say that we have not, as an African done well in terms of disengaging that agenda. So my question...
Just a minute, please. Just a minute, please. I would like if microphones are open, that participants will use the microphone so that we get the speaker.
Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, now my question would be, what do Africans and African nation states need to do to destabilize that colonial agenda so that we can enjoy peace and stability and for purposes of prosperity of our people and our communities? Thank you.
Indicate to whom that question is asked, please. To which
basically, because all the panelists have seen this as a critical issue affecting needing because the Western powers are here to see how best to destabilize us so that they can continue extraction of our natural resources. Then what do we need to do as Africans? Because this is about us and our communities and our nation states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a very pertinent question, and we are moving on to the fourth person, the first participant, please. Who is ready?
I'm ready.
Hello.
I'm ready.
Hello.
My name is Kwame Gonza.
Yeah, can the participant please close up their mic so that the next speaker can be clear? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel. I think it is very important that we had this conversation to address or to reflect on the issues that have already been raised or the points that have been raised. What I pick out is that we as Africans, I think that we have to take responsibility of the continent in its entirety, because there has been in some way, negligence by we Africans, and of course, including the heads of state, in that we have neglected the continent. So anyone who comes in, they claim ownership of the continent, and of course, this goes even all the way back to 1884, the Berlin Conference. I listened to the Frenchman who is on the panel, and you could hear even in his talk that he's for the slave. So for the Africans, I think that we have to take responsibility, like the gentleman who asked, what should we do as Africans? We have to take responsibility that the continent belongs to us. That is number one. You cannot be in Kenya or in Tanzania or in Ghana and not care about what is happening in Chad or in Libya or in all these places. Then if we continue in that attitude of not caring about what is happening in Gabon, if you are in maybe Nigeria, you're an African, then you are opening doors for France to come here and spread its arrogancy and continue to claim ownership that it is entitled to be in Africa, like what we are seeing. It is being told to go away from the continent, and they think that they're entitled to be here, and so they can spread propaganda, of course, their differences with Russia and all that. They bring it, and then they start confusing Africans on the real issues, on what the real issues. So I think that as Africans, we need to recognize myself as belong to an organization.
Hello.
And,
hello, please, could you just run off so that we get
yes. So I think that the issue fundamentally is for the foreign power, they want the resources of Africa. And we Africans, we have to take that responsibility, not because we are being paid for working for UN or aid, but because we love this continent, we have to put down our lives for it so that we can be able to, I think, protect it. To protect the continent, and of course, we have to push even the heads of state who are already moving in that direction. We have seen Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, of course, coming together, and this is what we want to see. And we need to encourage these countries which are moving in this direction and leaders who are already. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And the last question for this series, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Please give us your name and then.
My name is Brenda.
Bonjour, moi c'est Fatoumata. Je crois que j'ai demandé la parole il y a très longtemps.
Vous devez soulever votre main pour qu'on vous voit, madame, pour vous de donner la parole. On ne vous voit pas, on ne voit pas la main. Il faut soulever la main comme on a indiqué au préalable. Merci. Vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Hello.
Hello, who is speaking?
Brenda.
Brenda, let us give room for our French participant, then I will come back to you.
Okay, no problem.
Oui, la participante qui voulait parler d'abord, elle a la parole. Prenez la parole, s'il vous plaît. Hello, if our French participant is not taking the speech, Brenda, take over, please.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I have two questions.
C'est Fatoumata Maïga du Mali. Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné la parole.
Une précision, s'il vous plaît, madame. Vous avez Une minute pour poser votre question.
Il n'y a pas de problème parce que je suis même en train de me choses. Je voudrais juste poser une question aux deux panélistes. La question sur faire taire les armes en Afrique de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais comprendre quelle est la possibilité de faisabilité alors que l'Union africaine même ne dispose pas de textes juridiques tels que la CEDEAO en dispose. Voilà la question que je voudrais poser. Et notre autre collègue a posé une question par rapport à la situation de l'embargo sur le Niger. Moi, je voudrais comprendre quelle est la vision de nos dirigeants par rapport au peuple et aux dirigeants africains. Pour la simple raison que le Mali, oui, malheureusement, a fait un coup d'État, mais nous venons de subir un grand drame suite à une attaque terroriste qui a fait plus de 300 morts. Ni les chefs d'État de la CEDEAO, ni ceux de l'Union africaine n'ont condamné ni présenté de manière groupée des condoléances ou condamné ce qui s'est passé au Mali. Voilà ce que je voudrais dire et poser comme question aux honorables ou aux distingués panélistes et toutes les personnalités qui sont là par rapport à la situation actuelle de l'Afrique face au conflit armé. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Madame. Brenda, vous avez la parole. Brenda, please, you have the speech.
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Thank you. The first question was how we can engage with the Silencing the Guns and the AU platform on children affected by conflict, particularly with the situation in the Sahel region. I think it's been a bit difficult for youth to be able to get to them. So if I can get assistance on that, I would appreciate that. The second one would be how the African Union is involving teachers, particularly in peacekeeping, because the classrooms have now become a recipient of the trauma from war. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, especially those who have had time to listen to the presentation. And
can I go now?
I'm saying
hello?
That. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Pietro Uzochukwumaklio from Nigeria. So I have a serious concern, and I think Africa is flirting with some serious level of danger. The founding fathers of Africa adopted a very unique policy, and that is the foreign policy of non-alignment. And that was the strategy that kept us uninvolved.
The doctor, I would like to plead with you to take just 1 minute because
yes, please. Yes, thank you very much. And recently, that strategy or that approach is being eroded with the flirting with the East and the romance with the West. And gradually, we are inviting proxy wars into our continent. We neither have the capacity, like someone mentioned during the conversation. We don't have the machineries. We don't have the manpower. We don't even have the environment. We have different levels of concern, and we can't deal with proxy wars at the moment or anytime soon. So I would like ECOSOC to amplify the request for us to go back to the policy of non-alignment. We are not aligning with the Eastern Bloc or with the capitalists. Let's look inward for African solutions to African problems. We can't deal with proxy wars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are welcome. And that very last speaker comes to the end of the series of this question. And without much ado, I would like the panelists to each take the speech and respond to the questions that fall within his or her competence. Thank you. First panelist, please. Major General Williams, can you take the speech?
Okay. Let me start with the last statement. After from Dr. Zokuchu, African solution to African problem. Very good. if you have the resources, if you haven't got the resources, even if you have the solutions, you need to beg from somebody to give you the resources. And I want to emphasize too that even though we blame the donors all the time and we talk about colonialism, imperialism, neocolonialism, it's an academic exercise, I'm sorry to say. I've been to so many conferences with donors, and what they keep saying is that, can you tell us what you want to do, how you want to do it, and what you need to do it, and to monitor what you are doing to make sure that what we are giving you, you are doing what you have told us you are going to do, and what you will achieve at the end of what you are doing. In most cases, no. When we have problems in Africa, if it's in a country, ECOWAS will throw it to the AU, AU will throw it to the UN. And that's why I said that 70% of the issues that are raised in the UN Security Council, and I worked there for 4.5 years, are African problems. I'm telling you, 70%. Okay. Therefore, yes, African solution to African problems. And like I mentioned the example of the president of Cote d'Ivoire, Ouattara, who said, I put up the force to intervene in Niger, and I put up some money too. That is what African solution to African problems is, although this is a wrong one. Okay? So we need to think seriously that we too must do some strategic thinking on our own, find strategic solutions, and at least put up some resources to be able to implement those choices we have made. I go to Brenda. There are a lot of projects, programs, and everything from UN Women, AU, ECOWAS on women and children. Many, many, many. And on peacekeeping especially. There are women. In fact, in DRC today, the person commanding the special forces, I repeat, special forces from South Africa is a woman. It's a woman. And there have been many cases where UN has sent a company of policemen, women, led by police women. And you find that every year, UN awards prizes to women who have done some good job in peacekeeping. So women are represented in peacekeeping in Africa today and even all over the world. Maybe you need to increase the number, maybe, but they are there. And there are also programs for girl child and so on. What I'm saying is that you need to do the same thing for boy child. They carry the weapons, they carry the guns. There are very few women insurgents or insurgent leaders in Africa today. It's mostly the boys who carry the guns. Okay? And they are also as vulnerable as women and children. We've got to accept that, apart from the old men also, who cannot even fight or move anymore. So we need to find a balance to all these issues and not keep emphasizing one aspect of our social family. It is very, very important. So, Mr. Wesiga, about this issue of colonialism, it's all academic exercise. Like I've said, so the answer to Dr. Bochukwu is all academic exercise. If you are a man over 50 years of age, or like case of Nigeria, 60 years of age, and you are still blaming colonial master, you need to have a mental examination. I'm very serious. Sincerely, you need to have mental examination. Okay? Are we the only people that have been colonized? Other countries in Asia have been colonized too. In the Caribbean have been colonized. How are they getting on? How are they getting on? We've got to find a way to deal with our problems. And stop. When you point fingers at somebody, you are pointing the rest of the finger at you. I'm lucky that you have Ruto following Uhuru Kenyatta, who is now behaving like a Pan-Africanist. What's solving problems at all is also helping to find African solutions to African problems. We need more people like him and so on. Okay, so that is why I answer to that one. Problems in Lake Chad. It's the same problems most African countries have, economic and social problems. That's what's happening in Lake Chad. Some countries have been able to manage it well. Some countries have not been able to manage it well. And even if they are caused conflict or violence, some countries are managing it well, whereas some countries are not. Like I said about Boko Haram, I live in Lagos, people live in Kano, and so on. Boko Haram has never attacked Lagos. Even though the intelligence system tell you, oh, some of them are in Lagos, I've never come across them. Okay. And I live in an area where they can easily penetrate. So to me, all these issues about colonial matters and things like that, to me, I don't believe that that is what. And about UN role, as I've said before, Africa, in fact, if there's no UN, I always ask people, what can Africa do? From my experience in the UN, what can Africa do if there's no UN? If there are no donors, what can Africa do if there are no donors? And look at all UN programs. Look at all UN programs. More of the money is spent on Africa. UNDP has spent millions of dollars on Lake Chad Basin alone. Millions of dollars. And we are looking for them to bring water from River Congo to come over. And every time our people go abroad, they're looking for foreign direct investment. Whereas there are millionaires inside our country. How many of them put up money? Like Bill Gates from America. Put up money. I'm saying, no, Bill Gates don't come again. It's only Indians who have come up and say, hey, we don't need any money from any donor again. We can take care of ourselves. Okay. Can South Africa do the same thing with all the resources and infrastructure that South Africa has and become a good example to everybody? We have, like I said before, policy, structures, instruments, solutions. We have the people who can implement them. Africans are not ready to put down the money. Our millionaires, our billionaires all over the world are not donating to the Peace Fund, for example. They are not. They are not at all. And at the same time, the amount of money Africans have abroad is far more than the donors are giving us. And some that are stolen, when you see videos or pictures or stories or read about those who are doing investigative journalism on corruption, you wonder when they say Africa is poor. No. We can take care of most of our problems if we have accountable and transparent leadership. And finally, our people suffer. They suffer because they are not acting to show that they have the power. And the fault lies with our middle class people who they believe in, who go to their villages and tell stories. Okay? Instead of enlightening them how they can demand accountability from those in governance, right from their own level, at local government level, up to the national level. If our citizens can do most of these things, I am telling you, 3/4 of the conflicts in Africa, because before they start, they would have taken care of them. And the final point I want to make, and that is, we need to look seriously at the Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation. From the local community level, as stated in the convention, to the national level, to the regional level. That convention is very important. And AU has cross-border programs too that they've been following. And ECOWAS, with the Sahelian group in Paris, used to have a program they call Pays Frontières with Mali, Niger, and so on at the border, which the military boys have just done again now. Okay? And that Pays Frontières concept, it worked, and it was following the implementation of the convention. Why can't ECOWAS find a way to repeat that program and within the AU cross-border program, develop a program through Africa, through regional groups and national bodies? If we can do that, then we are serious, not only about cross-border problems and things like that, to improve cross-border trade, and we'll be able to, a certain extent, stop smuggling of arms and trafficking of arms. If you can do that, then you are really serious about silencing the gun. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General Williams. Thank you very much for that detailed explanation to the few questions that were asked. And at this time, Ms. Elizabeth, can you come in? Do you have something to add and to specifically talk about what was directed to your presentation? Thank you. Take over the speech, please.
I just wanted to answer to Brenda Mwangi about her concern for children and women war. In Kivu, there is a lot that's being done. And in Central African region, I know that in 2020, they did child protection, to try and protect the children, and for them not to go into war and everything. But like the general was saying, there's so many programs that has been, that are going on protecting women and, because like, for example, in Kivu, they are the one, there is rape and all this kind of thing going on. There's a lot of things done, but more needs to be done. But we just have to, we keep on following the implementation of the UNICEF and the women, on appelle ça en français réglementation. So, but all we can do is just denounce, and then the organization that are already in place there, they're really trying their best. They might have to do more, but at least l'Afrique, la Centrafrique, Central Africa Republic has done actually something from 2020. They've got like a child charter, to protect children, child protection that they've done. And I listened to the general. I mean, it's kind of painful. Like, it feels as if there's no hope, but I'm sure that us and the youth coming up, we'll try and take on board what's been done before and then try to do better. And with the support of the elders and people with more experience, because I don't want to feel like, Africa, I don't want to feel like our continent, there's no hope, because in our continent, there's so many youth. It's just for the youth to be supported and channeled the right way. And also, I'm pleading with our government to, comment vous dites ça en anglais, to provide riches for everybody, not just 1% is rich and the other one, because otherwise we all will be having armed robbers, we'll be having fighters coming in. It's just the resources. Our government need to know how to implement, better sharing of wealth in our countries. I think that will be the main issue that could help us stop this hemorrhage of fighters and guns and everything in our region. Thank you, moderator, for your time. And thank you, everyone, for attending this webinar.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming to the conclusion of this panel discussion.
Merci.
And, certainly, we have picked up a few things. And these few things, I think we should be able to see in what way we can, at our individual level, be trying to see that they are implemented, that they are reinforced. At this point, the panel is closing. Thank you for the vote you gave me to sit in to direct the discussion. I would not change the constitution so as to sit on. Calling my mandate has come to a close, and I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be the chair of this panel. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much, DPO. I think we would move directly into the next session, which will be looking at the Great Lakes region, and will be moderated by Mr. Frank Jan Owusu, who is the team lead of education professional development at the Institute for Peace and Security Studies, IPSS, and we'll have on the panel Dr. Adeoye Akinola, who is the head of research and teaching at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation. Sorry. Did someone say they can't hear me? Okay. It will also have Professor Tim Moriti, who is the head of the Peace Building Interventions Program at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation at the University of Cape Town, and Ms. Liesel Louvaudran, Senior Advisor, International Crisis Group. And so we will hand over now to, I've just been advised that the moderator is not around, so we will pass the baton to Dr. Sandy to do the honors. Dr. Sandy, if that's okay by you, to shepherd the next session.
I'm sorry to intervene. I think the panelists are from the next session that I am supposed to moderate.
Hello, I think this is for Great Lakes region.
Yeah.
It is, you announced the names of the panelists for.
That is correct. Yes.
Maybe we use since we have Ty around now. Can we do that panel and then we can come back to Great?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Sandy.
Yes, we can come back to Great Lake region later, Nana. I suggest, yeah.
So some of us are leaving because we have another appointment. We had just left this time for the Great Lake region. So that means me, I cannot attend now if I don't expose now because I have another program. Yes.
No problem. So what we can do is, so you're suggesting we go ahead with your panel?
Yes.
If it is possible, it's
okay.
okay.
Let's stick to the panel, I think. Yeah, Dr. Sandy, would you like to proceed or do you need some help?
Yeah, maybe because I'm having some internet connection, I can't see the names, but let me welcome my colleagues. And obviously, this is a very interesting panel where we have most of the speakers are essentially our brothers from Burundi, Congo, Rwanda, and obviously from Uganda. So it's a pleasure again to have you for the second day. And I see some of them were just few days ago together. And I'm sure they are prepared to get an exciting panel, especially to look at the activities of non-state armed groups. Because as we all been saying, it is generally clear that the scope of the phenomenon of foreign fighters and mercenary, as we have all listened to various speakers from yesterday to today, seems more broad. And therefore, we are grappling one of the things further as we leave here, we have to talk about is about definition and the scope of what do we mean by the phenomenon. But I know that in the Great Lakes region, there are a lot of these activities across common border. There is acquisition, counter-acquisition on the activities of, for example, the insurgent M23 and other groups. I don't know how we think about the Joseph Kony crisis, the LRA, whether it still exists in there. So that is a region, again, rich with natural resources, we all know, just like our sister Elizabeth was saying, and general natural resources, including diamond, titanium, uranium, comes from that region as well. And therefore, it is my pleasure to invite our panelists to engage into this discussion. Joseph will have planned to help, but
Doctor, maybe let me support since you don't have the list, just so everybody knows.
Yes. Take the list.
A little,
that will be great.
yeah, just a little background. Yeah, so we have Mr. Moses Balagizi from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then we have Mr. Godefroy Manirakunda from the Action Développement et Intégration Régionale. Then we have Father Bigiramana Jean Nepomucene, who is the Deputy Coordinator for the Central Ubuntu. And then we have, last but not least, Ms. Ariane Kazé, Femmes engagées à consolider la paix et l'assainissement pour le développement durable, FEPAD. So these are the 4 panelists that we've been graced with. And Dr. Sandy, you can go ahead and call the first panelist, Mr. Moses Balagizi.
I think, Nana, I'm struggling still. Please do me a favor if you can just continue. Yeah, take over. Yeah. I'm struggling to fix my internet. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So, Mr. Moses Balagizi, you have the floor. We are going to have to be a bit tighter on the time for the sake of everyone. So I am going to ask you to please give us the main highlights, and then the conversation will come out in the Q&A. So please use 7 minutes for your presentation, and then I'll remind you after that so we can move on to the next panelist. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité qui m'est accordée de contribuer à cette réflexion sur le combattage de mercenaires étrangers, implication pour faire taire les armes dans la région des Grands Lacs. Rapidement, je dois saluer cette initiative et remercier le secrétariat de l'ECOSOC pour cet engagement de vouloir faire taire les armes en Afrique.
Engagement. And concerning the Great Lakes, I would like to recall very quickly that there was the war made by the rebels, and they had a regional dimension, and this has affected the whole region of the Great Lakes. These rebels had their coalition during the war, especially in Rwanda. They existed in Burundi and in Tanzania, and this has affected the DRC that had more than 6 million death toll. Concerning the Great Lakes region, the instability was actually supported by foreign powers for strategic reasons, because, as you know, the Great Lakes, and especially the Democratic Republic of Congo, is one of the countries of this region that has a strategic location and positioning in terms of natural resources, where you can find gold and titanium. Well, the Kivu had their power on a great part of the countries, and we know that in this metal is used in manufacturing nuclear weapons. So you will see that in this part of the region, the armed groups are very active, and the presence of mercenaries and foreign fighters exist in order to deprive the DRC from their natural resources. Excuse me, I had a problem with my internet. Well, the DRC is also land for armed conflicts. So in this region, you can find mercenaries and foreign fighters, and this is the case that we can find with the war of M23 that is causing a crisis in the Great Lakes region. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, please proceed. Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. I was saying that today we have the M23 war in the east of the DRC that is affecting the whole region with the M23 activism that is supported by Rwanda. So you can say that this has amplified the conflict in the region. And Rwanda is part of the signatories of an agreement for a peace agreement, actually. And this is the security situation in the east of the country, with the presence of M23 that is backed by foreign powers, and the terrorists of M23 that consists of foreign fighters and mercenaries is consolidating their soldiers, and especially in this region there is instability that we have never witnessed before. We need to have some pressure on some states that are actually fueling the violence and the conflict in the region, and especially at the diplomatic level, with these foreign powers that are trying to escalate the conflict in the DRC. There is also an armed group and the Gomino. While all these armed groups are backed sometimes by foreign powers, but all these armed groups are recruiting foreign fighters and mercenaries to increase their numbers. And this is affecting the stability in the region. For example, you must have seen the attacks of M23. And you must have noticed that they are very powerful in terms of logistics. And they managed to attack in November 2022 the Chichi area with the help of the international community. M23 consists of mercenaries, and there were even reports that were made on M23 that witness of the presence of these mercenaries. There is also Mr. Baragizi, can you hear me? Well, I'm sorry, I need to be a bit firm on the time. I would like to ask you to wrap up, please. We need to focus on the activities of foreign fighters and mercenaries in the region, because they are jeopardizing peace and security in the region, and we need to analyze these activities and the PMCs as well, and private security groups to eliminate any foreign fighters and mercenaries are focusing on the modes of recruitment and their impact on security and human rights. For example, in the DRC or in the region, things require an urgent attention and care, because if we need to eliminate foreign armed groups, there must be a regional and international action that should be sustainable and very powerful. Thank you so much. This is well noted. We have well noted your comments, and maybe we can discuss further during the Q&A, the plenary.
Excusez.
Je suis en train de conclure.
Bon, vous avez pris déjà 5 minutes supplémentaires, donc une phrase,
Oh,
une phrase de deux. Pas
Je pense
plus.
que j'étais encore dans mon time, parce que j'avais 7 minutes.
Oh, c'est déjà dépassé. Allez-y, une phrase de deux, s'il vous plaît.
Je disais aussi que, pour conclure, en fait, je disais qu'il faut aussi revoir, l'Union africaine devrait aussi revoir son arsenal juridique existant pour ce qui concerne le mercenariat.
Concerning mercenaries, in addition, there is the African Union Organization Convention on Mercenaries in Africa that was adopted in 1957. So the African Union needs to review the different conventions and adapt them to the current situation and the realities in the continent and the region, and to enable the countries not only to cooperate, but also to stop the presence of any mercenaries and foreign fighters in the countries to consolidate the peace and security in the region. Thank you so much. Apologies, but I'm just managing the time of the webinar.
Manira Kunda, qui nous vient de l'action développement et intégration régionale. Donc, cher monsieur, vous avez la parole pour... je vous donne 10 minutes, mais pas plus, s'il vous plaît, 10 minutes.
Je vais présenter un peu l'historique de la CIRGL. En fait, il y a eu une crise avant que la crise au Congo se manifeste. Il faut aller à 2-3 ans avant les années 2094.
3 years back from the 2004, all the countries around Congo, except for Tanzania and Zambia, had a violent crisis, especially when Tanzania was suffering from instability. There was an internal war. 2 presidents were dead. And in Rwanda, there was a president deceased. And then there was a crisis in Sudan. You know that there was the war, and Garang has died in Central Africa. There was a coup. And in the Republic of Congo, there was the civil war between Niger and Congo. And in Angola, there was also the war. So the whole part of north and east and northeast of Congo was boiling. Kabila was in DRC through Rwanda and Burundi, and he entered with mercenaries and foreign fighters, and he went up to Kinshasa. Well, my predecessor said that there were millions of death toll But today, the international organizations wouldn't speak about it, but it was a catastrophe. Kabila has arrived in power, and 5 years later, he was assassinated. And the crisis has amplified in the whole region, and the heads of states of the whole region said that we are threatened, and they had to call for the United Nations, and we started our meetings in 2002 of the CRG. In 2004, there was the Dar es Salaam Declaration with the major headlines of what we should do to restore peace and security and development in the region. And then by the end of 2006, there was a great agreement between 12 countries for the development and stability in the Great Lakes region. In this pact, there was a protocol, the non-aggression protocol, and a protocol to fight any exploitation of natural resources and cross-border development. There were also programs of development action. Unfortunately, in spite of signing this agreement, by and between 12 countries of the Great Lakes region, to which we add Kenya and the two Sudan countries, along with the institutions and countries, observer countries like South Africa, European Union, United States, and Canada that also signed the pact. Unfortunately, we can see that the crisis hasn't ended because it has continued until now, and it's focusing in the DRC, but not in the whole country, but specifically in Kivu, the northeast of the DRC, where a strategic mining activity exists. In this war, all these countries were fighting in Congo, but there were some fighting with and others against the Congo, especially Zimbabwe. In this fight in the DRC. Most of the fighting countries in Congo have withdrawn, but Rwanda and Uganda entered a second phase in Congo. There were several negotiations, talks, and diplomacy action, and there was a withdrawal of the countries, but there were fighting movements. I'm sorry, I can't hear the speaker. all this crisis is continuing to date. And the international community has actually denounced the work of M23. And there is also the MONUC in Congo that existed like 20 years now. And this has not mitigated the crisis in Congo. Probably we can say that there was Wagner in the west of Africa, and this is a group that requires a close observation. The war in all of Africa, there is a destabilization of countries for two reasons, in my opinion. Well, they do not want any stability in Africa because they can negotiate in order to purchase the mines in a legal manner. And they were doing all they can to stop Africa from developing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir? I kindly wrap up because we don't have enough time. There were groups fighting in the country so that they can benefit from this instability and to stop any development. The weapon manufacturers was actually increasing their activity in the region. So it's a cycle that is going on, and it is actually benefiting the weapon manufacturers and the automotive industry. And we also mentioned the technology industry, especially that we have uranium mines that can be used in the nuclear industry, in manufacturing rockets. Can you hear me, sir? The moderator is asking. Well, Africa is not a country, it's a continent. So it's a global issue here and not an African issue. Russians, Chinese, and the whole world should be concerned. Well, in conclusion, how can we stop this crisis? There is an issue of production that is flourishing in the war. So the cycle continues with the destabilization of the countries. There are several tools and documents and instruments that were drawn up and signed. There are treaties of the African Union on non-aggression, on the regional economic communities, the RECs. In all of these communities, there is the non-aggression clause and non-violence clause, but it's all violated. There are also very specific laws for the mines, for the mining activity. There is the American Act that says that the mining resources cannot be purchased. However, they tend to purchase them in spite of this act. Excuse me, but I need to put an end to your intervention so we can proceed with the program. I can see that you cannot hear me, but for the interest of the webinar, we need to move to the next speaker, and that's Frère Begrimana Jean. She's the deputy. Well, Mr. Jean, can you hear me? Yes, yes, I can hear you. I think well, we will be muting Mr. Godefroy, and we move to Mr. Jean. Kindly observe the time allocated to your intervention. Thank you so much. I need to present my intervention on foreign fighters and mercenaries. I will not go back on the history of this phenomenon in Africa because it dates back to ancient Egypt and Carthage, and the foreign fighters in this is a very old phenomenon, and in the Great Lakes region, Burundi, DRC, Rwanda, and Uganda, and Tanzania, somehow, there was some fights for liberation that entailed and resulted in the emergence of foreign fighters in the territories. The foreign fighters have crossed the territories, and over decades, the civil society and local populations, and also governments and official independent powers that are still existing. There is the political liberation of persons, and there was a liberation in Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC that resorted to foreign fighters, and they had interest in the mining industry and natural resources, and to protect the military sites and to exploit the natural resources of the DRC, as my predecessors say. There is also the anthropological dimension of the issue and the ethnic dimension, and also to defend an alleged foreign interference. Who are these foreign fighters and mercenaries? Probably we haven't seriously tackled the issue until now, as we need to have holistic and sustainable action to address this issue. But in this part of Africa, like in other parts of the continent, foreign fighters and mercenaries were mainly unemployed people. They are used to armed conflicts.
Mais qui sont en ce qu'ils ont vécu dans leur société. Et parfois, ces groupes de jeunes sont envoyés
Sometimes these young people are manipulated by politicians. The bad thing is that they are usually eliminated once they are done with them.
Et qui ont perdu tout espoir de regagner leur pays.
And they have lost hope to go back to their countries. There are also groups of people who join the mercenary groups to fight in other countries for identity or ethnic reasons. We know that the Great Lakes region, and when foreign fighters and mercenaries come to a region, they don't fear murdering or violating the rules. You can see this in Burundi, Rwanda, and this is very unusual. The Secretary General of the United Nations in 2019 has said that we need to strengthen the legal system at the national level to consolidate regional and international cooperation through different factors, and as Major General has said, there is always a problem to have practical solutions and commitments. And among such commitments, we can help the Great Lakes region. For example, the restoration of African values based on the respect of the African values. We also need to carry out a multidimensional action on terrorism and to heal the people, the African people, from their traumas, historic traumas, and help them in their initiatives and prevent conflicts in the whole continent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jean, for your very relevant intervention and for having as you have respected the time. So now we move to the last speaker of this session, Ms. Ariane Kazi, from the Engaged Women to Consolidate Peace and Sanitation for Development. Ms. Ariane, if you are around, please take the floor. It seems that she's not with us, and maybe we can close this session and open the plenary session with the Q&A to the panelists of this session. Please raise your hands if you have any question that you would wish to ask our panelists. I can see the hand of Mr. Khalid Boudali. My question is very simple. It has to do with the constraints of the problematic that the DRC is witnessing. I fully appreciate the presentations of our panelists, and I have a question to know if there is solidarity between the countries and what would be the inconveniences and the advantages of such a coalition. And this question goes to Mr. Moses. Thank you, Mr. Khalid Boudali, for your question. Isaio Mohindo Mumumba, you may take the floor. Good morning, everyone. I come from the DRC in Goma. We have witnessed all the incidents that you are talking about. My question is to understand how is the war that has erupted is the most deadly and lethal war that has happened in the 20th century. I would like also to know, we have talked about this war so that the life, so we can save the lives of the people. How could this war be forgotten without reaching out for the solidarity of other countries? The other states have to show solidarity to the DRC. It's been more than 30 years now that we are having this war. If I tell you that the people with whom I was in first grade in school don't exist anymore. We are in a situation where no one is talking about. But we are tortured in this, and I would like to appeal to the ECOSOC to echo our voice. Millions of lives were taken by this war. Thank you, sir. Well, this brings us to the conclusion of this plenary session, as I can't see any other raised hands. And I will go back now to our panelist, Mr. Moses, Mr. Godfrey, and Bigirimana Jean. I will give you 3 minutes each to reflect on the issue. And we start with Mr. Balagizi. Thank you so much. Well, very quickly, I will respond to Mr. Khaled. Yes, concerning this crisis, I can say that there was the intervention of foreign forces, especially those of DRC, that consisted of soldiers from Burundi and Uganda and even Rwanda, but we have rejected the Rwandan troops. So they have their implications because the population is still suffering from the situation, and in spite of the intervention of this these foreign forces, we could not get rid of the M23. And we find them today going around in Buma, and we need to stop the massacres that are carried out in in the region. And we are negotiating nowadays with the SADC forces to come and back up the peace and stability action in the region. When the DRC action has failed in restoring peace and security. I understand the emotions of my colleague from Novo, and this must be the war that is the most forgotten in the world. And now DRC has more than 8 million death toll, and this is not echoed in the world. I think that there must be a role vis-à-vis the citizens that are looking forward to have peace and security. I also want to respond to a question on M23 and to know if there are other rebels. Yes, in the north we have the ADF. There are criminals with many human rights crimes, and there is also the Coduco movement in the north, and in Kovu there is the Tabara forces and other militia and foreign militia. Thank you so much. That are backed up by foreign mercenaries. Thank you so much, Mr. Balagizi. And now I give the floor to Mr. Godfroy Manirakonda. 3 minutes, please. You may respond to the questions that Mr. Balagizi hasn't touched upon. So, and please, only 3 minutes. Are you still there, Mr. Godfroy? I don't think he's still around, so now I give the floor to Jean. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. I think that there was no question particularly addressed to me, but I would like to add something here. Actually, we are living in this region that is unstable because the war has lasted for too long, and there were no efforts, especially vis-à-vis the young people who were born during the war and who were traumatized. Not only for the Congo or Burundi, but I'm calling for synergies among these countries. There are cumulative wars, and we cannot heal from any of them.
Certaine manière affectée. Alors, j'ai aidé à sortir.
And the political dimension is also affected. So we need to develop synergies and to adopt not only a political solution,
Je vous propose une question d'ordre de
rather a healing solution for all these traumas. Okay.
This session by reassuring our speakers that all the sentiment that has been expressed has been received fully and in solidarity. The question of what is happening in the Great Lakes region, I think, is a very painful one. I think our speakers are right to point to the perceived inattention, globally, that situation is being accorded relative to other areas of conflict. I want to perhaps align myself with what Mr. Jean Nepomucen just said, is that it's going to take a whole, it's going to be a whole of society, a whole of the continent kind of approach for this problem to finally be resolved. We are going to need all of the civil society organizations in all of the countries that are involved, right? In DRC, in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Kenya, all of these countries in that region, we're going to have to mobilize civil society to advocate and to mediate and to intervene and see how best we can deploy our resources and our voices to support a resolution to the issue. My understanding is that efforts are being made at both the regional level, at the level of IGAD, the level of EAC, through the principle of subsidiarity, and then coming up to the member state level to PRC, the Peace and Security Council of the AU. I think we are going to need everyone, both state parties as well as non-state actors, to do what we can to finally find a way out of this problematic. But I think on behalf of ECOSOC, we absolutely want to reiterate and emphasize our solidarity with all of our colleagues in the Great Lakes region. I think with that, we can move on to the final region, which will be the Southern Africa region. I would like to thank all of our panelists sincerely for your patience, for having waited, including our moderator, Tai Abdul Kadir, from AU PAPS, Conflict and Early Warning Systems. I have the pleasure now, Tai, to hand over to you to moderate the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good evening from this end. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Very fascinating discussions that has been raised. We have been listening to a number of interesting ideas coming from all the regions, and of course, advantageous or disadvantageous. We are coming last. I hope my panelists are going to provide some justice for that. They have been waiting for so long. My name is Taye, and I'm moderating this particular session. I joined from the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, and I'm specifically working on the continental early warning system. And as we have been listening from the different participants since the beginning of this session 3.5 hours ago, we heard lots of examples from all the regions, including North Africa, Lake Chad Basin, Central Africa, and Great Lakes region. And we have been listening good terminologies that are related to referring mercenaries as forgers of fortune. Therefore, this is really encouraging us to look into what are the root causes that are driving these mercenaries to become agents of violence in those different respective countries. We are not too much focused and attached to mercenaries that are coming from outside of the continent, but rather we should also focus on mercenaries that are crossing borders in order to get some kind of employment opportunity by being fighters in different countries. Therefore, what are those reasons? What are those causes, root causes? Issues such as climate change, issues such as economic disadvantagement, issues such as political liabilities, civil liabilities, etc. How do they contribute? Therefore, if we are trying to touch this in our panel, that is going to be very much helpful. Why I'm saying so? Because the region, the Southern African region, is very much exceptional compared to the other regions, specifically when this issue is concerned. Maybe Mozambique and some other countries can be come as an exception. But what is that particular lessons that we can learn from this particular region in Southern Africa, so that it can be taken into the other regions in truly understanding the issue of mercenarism and our effort to silencing the guns in Africa, and also attaching this to the domestication and implementation of some of the African Union frameworks and conventions. It is always a welcoming scenario in that regard. Therefore, to dissect into this, I'm joined by a very wonderful panelists, and I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Adioye Akinola, first to take the opportunity to delve into these issues. And again, apologies for waiting for this long, but welcome, Dr. Akinola.
Thank you very much. Thanks for moderating the panel, and thanks for keeping us waiting for this long. Maybe I will just directly approach this by actually trying to reflect on our discussion since yesterday. And if we also need to consult expansive literature on PMCs and even private security companies and mercenaries, one thing we have taken away from this meeting is that there is a clear overlaps between these companies, armed groups, and mercenaries, which adds to the difficulties of conceptualizing the mercenaries, dealing with armed combatants, and promoting security in Africa. I know there is a popular saying that mercenaries or professional gunmen are very cheap, they are very efficient, and they allow for plausible deniability. But maybe one should take a step back and reflect on this, because it depends on the cadre of the mercenaries one is talking about, or foreign fighters. Many of them could be quite very expensive, and I know currently many South African mercenaries receive as much as $28,000 per month. I'm talking of an individual making $28,000 per month on that kinds of activities or work. And across Africa, not only in Africa, even across the world, the demand for foreign fighters are actually rising. And in Africa, particularly because of a need to protect these illegitimate regimes, because of the rising cases and proliferation of terrorism, and also because of the militarization of resource communities, as we have seen in Mozambique. And in recent history, including the Cold War era, mercenaries have operated and very active in the Southern African region in countries such as Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Seychelles, and Mozambique. For instance, I know in November 1981, we could still remember that a group of mercenaries attempted to overthrow the government of Prime Minister Reign of Seychelles. And in contemporary Southern Africa also, there are hundreds of private security companies, and there are also numbers of private military companies like the Wagner Group, Dyke Advisory Group operating in the Southern African region. South Africa itself boasts of several PMCs, such as the Executive Outcome, and people have also alluded to this even from yesterday. Historically, apartheid Africa exported paramilitary police units to combat guerrillas across Southern African state, while the establishment of majority rule in South Africa in 1994 has actually limited the activities of foreign fighters in the region. Currently, hundreds of South African citizens continue to act as mercenaries, not only in the region, not only in Africa, even beyond Africa. For instance, many of them operated in Iraq, in Syria, and several of them are still in different African countries, such as Nigeria, as we speak. And many of them have several citizenship, several passports. So today they go to Europe, they present themselves as European citizens. Tomorrow they can present their South African citizen. It depends on the situation, and that makes it exceedingly difficult even to locate the citizenship of some of the mercenaries that have spread themselves across African landscape. South Africa have this very intolerant policy against mercenaries acting in their country, and also they also frown at their citizens of the country, acting as mercenaries elsewhere. And I know that in 2006, there was this prohibition of mercenary activities and regulation of certain activities in country of Armed Conflict Act, which was enacted, and Section 2 particularly into that elsewhere. But despite the criminalization of mercenaries, 100 the intervention of mercenaries in Mozambique as Cabo Delgado Pro challenges. In fact, I remember that after the meeting in September 2019, the Wagner Group deployed around 200 mercenaries and with Russian helicopters and all kinds of armaments, and they were dispatched to Cabo Delgado to support the Mozambican government in countering the Al-Shabaab's insurgency in that resource area. The mission also involved training and leading local Mozambican military forces. However, their presence seemed to have aggravated the situation as Al-Shabaab escalated its own activities because there are foreign mercenaries coming into the country. What they did was also to recruit foreign fighters to also support their claim. And many youth from the Africa's Great Lakes region, Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries were recruited as members of the what we usually call the Mozambique ISIS, fighting in Dapra area of Mozambique. And I know the Tanzania government at the time intercepted many of the group heading into Mozambique. And I know South African officials also have raised alarm that there are South Africans joining, the terrorist group. So both the government and the terrorist group in code are actually recruiting foreign fighters to support their case. We also remember the attack, I think in 2021, I think it was March 24, 2021, when the oil facilities were attacked in Palma in Mozambique. And it is exceedingly important to understand the kinds of the attack the terrorist group carried out, because it was very targeted. It involves, they attack the banks, government facilities, they attack civil servants, civilians, casualty. But if one should look at the nature of that attack, it was very planned with intelligence gathering, and there are clear signs that people that are experienced are actually involved in the attack they carried out. So the Wagner Group operating in Mozambique actually recorded significant casualties, and as expected, tensions emerged between the mercenaries and the Mozambique forces, with both sides criticizing each other's readiness and their behavior. The mercenaries considered the local forces to be underprepared, undisciplined, and the Mozambican forces were also accusing the group of overconfidence and bullying. So integrating and training the local forces proved exceedingly challenging, even for the military companies. And this even raised many questions about the commitment of mercenaries and these private military companies to facilitating peace in their areas of operation. They have no ideological inclinations, as we have noted since yesterday. Their involvement is primarily driven by financial gains, and their strategies may not even align with the goal of resolving the conflict where they operate. Ultimately, the failure of the Wagner Group in Mozambique underscores this difficulty of managing and resolving conflicts in the region where the interests of various stakeholders often clash. Even the DIC Advisory Group, which was also hired by the same Mozambique government in 2019 to combat militancy in the Cabo Delgado province, ended its counter-insurgency, I think in April 2021, if I'm not mistaken. That was shortly after a major attack in Palma. Despite the presence of these foreign fighters, between October 2017 and March 2021, They launched more than 1,000 violent attacks in northern Mozambique. So the question is, what are the foreign fighters doing, and can they really combat these insurgent groups? Seeking assistance from public military companies and mercenaries when faced with security challenges is becoming exceedingly popular, particularly in extractive communities in Africa. And the bill to curtail law and order has generated many human rights abuses across board. And we can talk about state government inviting mercenaries, but we should also talk about the multinational corporations, particularly those in oil and gas sector. Many of them have been accused of involving these PMCs or mercenaries safeguarding their oil and gas facility. And of course, we can talk about the Niger Delta case of Nigeria, and they have contributed to the militarization of these resource communities. They have been accused of triggering humanitarian crisis. They have also been abused of human rights, or they have engaged in human rights abuses. I know the Amnesty International alleged that even the DIG advisory group fired on crowds, civilian, and many civilians were actually victims of their extrajudicial activities in Mozambique. While it is important for a holistic approach to national, regional, continental, and global actors to combat the activities of mercenaries through protocols and legislation, perhaps maybe because of my disciplinary inclinations, I will take a political economy approach in ridding Africa of the siege of these mercenaries. And the root causes of the insurgency in Mozambique and even across other African countries lie in government's neglect and mistreatment of the resources the prevalence of socio-economic and political realities that can continue to reinforce inequality in the society, that can continue to generate nepotism, exclusivity, and the tyranny of the minority, which usually leads to negative peace. And these are the conditions that in Africa, not only in Mozambique, that makes conflict resolution or management very, very complex. As against the liberal templates, even as I conclude, African states have the responsibility to assume the role of active agents of development in their country. They have the responsibility to facilitate the improvement in the citizen socio-economic reality. At this point in time, I don't envy the African Union or any of the RECs, including ECOWAS, because they have a very tough task on their hand, because many of their own actors are also the political actors in their respective countries, trying to invite the PMC and mercenaries into their country. During the Cold War in Southern Africa, the question was as if the states were helpless, but now the same states were the one inviting these foreign killers into African space. We can talk about imposing sanctions, but the question is also imposing sanctions on whom? Is it the president that invites the mercenaries, or the countries that is the origin state of the mercenaries, or is it the Boko Haram, is it the Al-Shabaab? And so these are very complex. But one thing I know is that as it is now, even the African Union, ECOWAS and others do not have the capacity to protect the state and its people from terrorism and the proliferation of local militias across Africa, maybe Southern, Northern, and Western Africa. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Over to you, Chair.
Very interesting, Dr. Akinola. All the things that we have been assuming as far as this region is a bit exceptional are somehow wrong, because the bits and pieces of it are there. But as you emphasize, most of the issue is too much attached to financial gains and resource gains in those regions. You also raised a very important issue of the private security companies that are very rampant, mainly in South Africa, and how to put them in a kind of category similar to this particular aspect. Dr. Akinola is the head of research and teaching at the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation. Apologies for not introducing that. I will come back with one more question as per the time that we are having, mainly think over it, but our existing instruments within the African Union, because you now really pity these particular institutions, because the implementation aspect of it is pretty much dwindled because of these intertwining factors. Therefore, if you have any kind of takeaway recommendations for these institutions so that they can put into their norms, into their policies, please think over it, and later you can interject in that. Next on the panelist is my good friend, Professor Timuriti. He is the head of Peace Building Intervention Program at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation from the University of Cape Town. Tim, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Daye, and thanks also for moderating this very late session. Thank you to the African Union ECOSOC, William, Nana, and the team, and partners for this very important discussion. I think a lot of it has been said. I think my focus, will be on some conceptual issues as well, and maybe also conclude with some recommendations going forward. It's clear that this increasing use of private security really is replacing legitimate state institutions in the provision of basic security. And in some sense, I would argue that even member states are abdicating from their functions and ceding primary protective responsibilities to non-state actors, which makes their societies much more vulnerable. So for me, this whole issue of foreign fighters, private military companies, private security companies is a violation of the sovereignty of African states. It's very clear that this is a corrosion of the sovereignty of African states, which are supposed to have the overall control over the use of violence. So this militarization of society, I think, is something that is a major governance challenge. And it's important to support the voices that are calling for the removal or the expulsion or the prohibition of all of these foreign fighters on the African continent. And the second point I'd like to raise is about the fact that some of these private military companies, private security companies, foreign fighters are actually tools for geopolitical contestation on the African continent and geopolitical competition between foreign governments, external foreign governments. We've just heard a lot about the Wagner Group, but there are other actors as well on the continent that are equally active that we often don't hear about. It's very interesting to ask why we don't hear about, for example, the American private security company called CACI, C-A-C-I Academy, which was rebranded from Blackwater, and which is, active in a number of military bases across the African continent. The French company Psychopex, the British company Aegis Defense, G4S, Canadian Garda World, and German Excel, for example. So this very important question for us to put on the table is, what is the impact of this geopolitical contestation on the African continent? And I think we all know about the NATO bombardment of Libya, which led to the chaos that we now see across the Sahel and the militarization of the region. 2014, the French joined forces with the Group 5. The multiple drone bases that we have across the African continent.
Please take water, Tim. Take water, please. Yeah, take water. Don't worry. Bless you.
I don't know what's happening. So the US has 29 military bases, and France has at least 10 bases. When you put that in the context of Wagner is operational in about 8 African countries, UK in 10 countries, and even China has a base in Djibouti. So the continent is riddled with foreign military forces And there is a link between the foreign military forces, foreign military bases, and the so-called foreign fighters. Sometimes there's a flow of weapons, and they're using these foreign fighters in a surreptitious way that's under wraps. The illegal transfer of arms and ammunitions to these actors, which is actually perpetuating this massive instability that we have across the African continent. So African countries, we really have to be very, very careful about who we are signing agreements with. And the African Union has actually said this is important not to be just signing agreements willy-nilly, but to actually ensure that that we have the primary responsibility to address our issues on the continent. So Dr. Kinola has spoken extensively about the Wagner groups. So I don't think I need to go back into that, but just to also mention that there was also a South African private security company known as the Dyke Advisory Group that was been operating in Cabo Delgado region of Mozambique in tandem with the Wagner since 2019. And it was mainly using helicopters and grenades to attack the people on the ground, which was very ineffective in stabilizing the region. 2021, the SADC mission to Mozambique was stood up and endorsed by the African Union in January 2022, African Union Peace and Security Council. And I think this points to the bigger challenge of the fact that we still do not have a regulatory framework to address these foreign fighters and mercenaries. There was talk at the beginning of the session yesterday about urgently reviewing the 1977 OAU Convention on Mercenarism. And it's quite surprising that we don't have a regulatory framework for a continent that is completely riddled with foreign fighters, mercenaries, private security companies. The question really is why we are not addressing this, because a lot of these companies also violating international human rights law, international humanitarian law, as we heard in some of the sessions before. So we have to almost go back to the drawing board as a continent and really start to push back against this incursion that is currently taking place on the African continent. But ultimately, it's more about how do we build sustainable societies? How do we address the underlying socioeconomic political issues that are the heart of the disputes that we're trying to address? And in that regard, I think documents such as the African Union Transitional Justice Policy becomes very, very crucial in terms of how we can address these underlying factors within societies. I think most of everything else has been said, Terry, so I'm not going to really extend the time too much further, and also I might lose my voice at any time. So thank you.
Tim, thank you very much, and sorry for that incursion, but I hope you are going to feel well. Very important points, and in most of the discussions, no one actually raised the proliferation of foreign military bases in Africa, and it becomes a very important competition base. And of course, attaching all these proliferations of either private military companies or mercenaries into the sovereignty of the country is also another important a kind of conceptual context that we need to really internalize into most of our institutions. Integrated to the community, they are not going to be fruitful. There is a tendency to go back and being hired by these different security companies, whether we are calling them fortune hunters, whether we are calling them mercenaries. Okay, that is a kind of a definitional difference. Otherwise, they are going to apply some kind of violence force, and they are not accountable for any kind of international human rights law. And as per all the speakers have been saying, that is a very important point to talk to. Maybe Tim, just a point to hold on for later. If you can give some kind of specific example of a success of transitional justice in Southern African countries or any other country, that will actually help us to internalize what issues are for our success. And lastly, from my panel, I'm going to invite Liz. from the International Crisis Group. Liz, you are with us, I hope.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Liz. Please go ahead. And I didn't mention any timekeeping because everyone in my panel is actually aware of that. Therefore, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I don't see my camera, but I'll just continue speaking. I think I need to be asked to be a panelist, but let me go ahead in the interest of time, and thank you for the other panelists. Dr. Akinola did say some of the issues around Southern Africa that I was going to address. But yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think in Southern Africa, we have a good example of how the issue of natural resources, when we're talking about Mozambique, can really attract mercenaries, individuals and private military companies. As I said, the other issues that were addressed by my two colleagues, I think have been. But when we talk about Mozambique and Southern Africa, I think there's that very, very important link to be made. And we can also, in the DRC and other countries, see that maybe going forward, that should be a red light that goes, that warns us about where the hotspots might be, where natural resources can attract mercenaries. So in Southern Africa, as was said before, and even yesterday, Dr. Asamoah spoke about the apartheid era, the Cuban fighters in Angola. So it's not as if Southern Africa has not seen foreign fighters coming into conflicts, but that was mainly in the era before the end of apartheid. And then these mercenaries that in the last 2 days everyone has been speaking about, the executive outcomes, the South Africans, they were mainly fighters who were unhappy and disgruntled with a new regime in South Africa, which gives that whole, the whole context around these South African fighters another dimension, I would say. And that is also that prompted the South African government to pass these laws, very strict laws against mercenaries. That is an example for other countries on the continent. We haven't actually seen court cases, but it has certain where mercenaries, have been tried under this law that criminalizes them, but it certainly have been a deterrent. It does, for example, when there were, somebody else mentioned Boko Haram, and there were some of these South African mercenaries fighting against Boko Haram, the South African government threatened to crack down on them, and there were lots of discussions behind the scenes. So we've had that phenomenon, and then a strong stance by the South African government. And then we saw these two companies in Cabo Delgado. First of all, as some others have mentioned, the Dyke Advisory Group, which was initially in Mozambique to fight rhino poaching, actually, a Zimbabwean led, the General Dyke, and then South African mercenaries. And as Tim has said, they were accused by Amnesty International of human rights abuses because they simply bombarded from the air so-called insurgents now, and that were using people as human shields. So that was extremely damaging. And then in 2019, we also saw the Wagner Group in a very short stint in Southern Africa. And there are rumors that they have returned to Mozambique, but we haven't seen proof of that. And then this tension, others have mentioned, with the Mozambican security forces about the Wagner Group wanted to do the same, not discriminating between civilians and causing civilian casualties, and that is something the Mozambican army refused to allow. But of course, we know the weaknesses at that point in 2019 of the Mozambican army that led to the government of Mozambique then calling on these private military and security companies. And then in 2021, we saw the deployment of Rwandan forces, SAMIM, the Southern African Mission in Mozambique. I think that, and that would be my key point also, is that it's going to be extremely difficult to fight against these mercenary groups, but what from the African Union point of view, from our regional economic communities point of view, to actually combat this kind of insecurity through implementing the APSA, the peace and security architecture, and supporting multilateral deployments. Just to come back to the issue of natural resources, in 2016, this announcement of the biggest find of liquid natural gas on the African continent in Mozambique, $60 billion worth of natural gas, the biggest gas wealth on the continent so far, then obviously attracted, the insurgency that we know today, the Mozambicans called Al-Shabaab. I was with the Institute for Security Studies. We did many investigations around that, and certainly the natural gas finds was a trigger for this insurgency in Cabo Delgado, but also ruby mines, graphite mines in a very small part of one of Mozambique's 10 provinces in Cabo Delgado. So this link with natural resources, I think, is something we really have to keep in mind. Of course, in Cabo Delgado, you have the big multinational gas companies. So in a way, maybe you could say, well, there's certain accountability that Total Energies, is accountable to its shareholders. But I would argue, it's more or less the same situation where the accountability is not to the people of Mozambique, the development of infrastructure, or to the region. I mean, ideally, we should have seen Southern Africa not being completely weighed down by electricity crises. I'm in Addis now, but I know Tim is in South Africa and others, and the power cuts and so on is absolutely dramatic. So we should have had the Southern African power pool kick in so that we could all have benefited from that gas. That's a whole other story. But to conclude, so we have this toxic mix of natural resources. It's not going to get any easier. In fact, with the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis there, there's been a much greater demand for this natural gas from Mozambique and from elsewhere on the continent. And then the responses, I would say, we always look when crises explode and when the African Union, regional economic communities do nothing. They are berated for being slow and inefficient. But in Cabo Delgado, I think everyone will agree, this has now been going on since 2017 when we first saw this insurgency. It has been the intervention by SAMIM and by the Rwandan forces have been able to contain this threat that has not spilled over yet to across the border. So one can at least say in that regard, SADC has reacted well. Rwanda, that was a bilateral arrangement with Mozambican authorities. I think we are yet to see the Rwandan government, all the member states of SADC sit around a table and see this as a joint African response. We averted, I think, at the very last moment, some kind of French intervention or other multilateral interventions in this crisis. Thanks to this intervention by SAMIM, which is definitely not perfect, and we're still looking for more holistic responses. But I think I'll conclude there to say that certainly is a way to go to make sure we have organized multilateral responses to crises that are not purely military, but that also looks at development, inequality, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. This is really wonderful, tying it up to the root cause of sharing of resources, economic opportunities down there. And in some instance, of course, you have been mentioning a lot about Mozambique, but also there are some allegations that some of the interventions are also being motivated by some resource-oriented or economical gains in that regard. But as you said, we need to bring up some kind of a common position, a common coalition in order to address these issues as either continental, regional, or even member state level issues. I would like to raise one question for you. You mentioned some success stories regarding legislation on mercenaries in the South African specific case. That's a wonderful thing. But is there any kind of experience that we can gain from that legislation in relation to private security companies or private military companies? Or is there a separate legislation that is going to discuss that it is only about mercenaries? Where is the cross section? Because as per the discussion of the two panelists earlier than you, okay, we mentioned that basically private security companies are doing something which is similar to what we generically call mercenaries. Therefore, is there any kind of intersection or overlap in applying that legislation to private security companies? If you intervene on that in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much. It is limited to private military and security companies. I mean, the definition, there was a lot of discussion yesterday about the definitions. I think we have to be really very careful. But this law that basically criminalizes South African citizens of being guns for hire, being paid for their services abroad, you know, is definitely applies to private military and security companies, like executive outcomes. I mean, the lesson, I think there are lessons to be learned for other countries, even around the world. I'm not, you know, a legal expert, but I'm told that this legislation really is forward-looking and has acted, certainly in the case of South Africa, as a deterrent. Of course, we know some of these private military companies have ways of sort of masking their activities, changing their names. I mean, Tim mentioned, Professor Murithi mentioned many companies that have changed names. They just changed their branding, and then it's very slippery to get to the bottom of it. But I think that certainly, and this South African legislation is certainly a first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, but before coming back to you, Dr. Akinola and the team, let's try to take at least 2 or 3 questions from the audience. I'm looking at the question and answer text box, or if you'd like to raise your hand and ask the panelists a few questions, or contribute something in relation to what they raised, please go ahead. I see Juliet. It has been there, the hand has been there for long. If it is for this panel, please go ahead, Juliet Chinemelu. Juliet, your mic is on. Please go ahead. Chimbe, you can go ahead, please. Your mic is already on. Please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ty, and thank you so very much to all the presenters for fantastic interventions into the subject matter. I just have a few questions. In terms of the penetration of mercenaries and or private security companies, if you will, including foreign fighters. Aside from Mozambique, which has been extensively cited in the region, which other countries are at threat, very seriously so, within the short, medium to long term, from the penetration similar to that we've witnessed in Mozambique, in any other country within the SADC region? That's number one. Number two, I think Tim raised a very valid point that most of the focus, around issues of mercenaries have been pointed to the Wagner group of companies, and very little has been mentioned. And I think today I was personally learning of these other mercenary groups from other countries, including the military bases that have been set up from these other countries. My questions are as follows. One, which countries have got military bases within the Southern African region? Number two, apart from Wagner and their involvement or engagement, briefly so as already stated, within Mozambique, what is the extent of the involvement of Wagner and indeed other mercenary groups of the nature of Wagner from other Western countries that we are currently having within the Southern African region? My third question is, I think the presenters were able to cleverly highlight the involvement of, or the evolution, if you will, of private military companies, private security companies, foreign fighters, and mercenary groups within the Southern African region, as it were. What would you say would be a recommendation or a solution to ending the involvement of these entities, if I may call them that, within the region, and perhaps indeed within the African continent? I'll end there for now, and should I have further opportunities, I'll be able to pose other questions. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Timbe. Well noted. Let's take a few more questions, if there are any. Juliet, are you still raising your hand, or it is from previous session? Your mic is still muted, Juliet. Okay, Chimbe, you can down your hand, I hope.
Yeah, just in case there are no other intervention, Mr. Moderator, can I just ask a few other questions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to find out, there was a mention of, for example, the South African private military companies or mercenary groups. Are the panelists able to share with us the extent of their penetration within the continent, but also beyond the continent, in terms of other continents around the world? And if at all, there are any other African countries that may have military bases either in Europe, North America, South America, or Asia, so that we have an understanding, or it's just Africa always being a victim of everything else, pre-colonial, colonial, as well as post-colonial. Thank you.
Can I get a floor?
From the panelist, or?
Yes, a question for the panelists.
Please go ahead, Mr. Khalid Budali. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Inspired from your first question, you raised very important matters. Let me first thank the panelists for their wonderful presentations. Very much it touches the right subjects. From the North, we have to see that it appears, and from the academic and from the CSO version, it appears that member states of the regional economic communities are often divided in their support for one another, reflecting differences in their interests and priorities, which might stem from varying ideologies in their response to involve in global new strategic geopolitical dynamics and alliances. My question is, how can the Southern Africa Development Community harness its collective strength to counter the growing presence of foreign fighters and mercenaries in the region? And what's innovative approach and regional partnership that can be forged to not only silence the guns, but also promote a long-term stability, development, and peace in other regions? Bear in mind, this divide leaves a special vacuum for this kind of foreigners or other private entities to penetrate Africa. It seems like decisions are not implemented well or are not taken seriously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid. Now, returning back to the moderators, the panelists, and you are going to address each of the questions as per your choice. But again, emphasizing that question that I posed for you, Dr. Akinola, regarding, which is somehow related to the question of the last speaker, how we can actually mainstream those beautiful conventions that we are having at the regional level, at the continental level, and domesticate that into our member states. If you emphasize on that, that is better. But the questions from Chimbe, any of you who has got the information to address that, please go ahead. Therefore, in the same sequence, let's begin with Dr. Akinola, and it is like your final talk also. Therefore, whatever you want to sum up, please go ahead as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the important questions posed by you and other participants. Maybe I should start by saying this. Sometimes maybe we expect too much from the African Union, and one must be blunt to say this. We also sometimes compare them with the European Union, and forgetting that European Union is a supranational organization with a binding authority over the member states. But we don't have that in Africa in terms of the continental body, the African Union. And I always say this, that the strength of the African Union, because it's really not a supranational organization, also depends on the strength of the member states. So if we have all the member states failing, it's exceedingly difficult to have the African Union performing, because many of these national actors are also strongholds within the African Union architecture. I just said that first. Then we also have to be mindful of the kinds of intervention we want from the African Union. Many of the times we focus on security, hard power they should have dispatched, what of their standby force, is it not active, and all of that. But most of the time we know that the root of all of these crises are questions of misgovernance, questions of poverty, of unemployment, of rising inflation. For instance, in Mozambique, 62% of the populations are living below $1.90 per day. Now, when you have more than half, that's almost 21 million people are poor in Mozambique. In such environment, and we know that there's gas deposit in Mozambique, they have mineral resources that have not translated into national wealth. Some people may even say, well, even if it has translated into national wealth, has it translated into individuals' human capacity? Have people benefited from this resource? So that's the main problem we have. That's what African Union should focus on. I know they can have 10,000 protocols, but when the average man on the street is still very poor, and the individual state have neglected their main responsibility, maybe because many of them are more Western than Westerners, more liberals than the liberalists themselves, because many of them still focus on limited government. The state should be involved in development. They should drive development initiative. That's what happened in the Asian Tiger Zone, where they were able to develop. And there's this thing about this comradeship among the AU leaders, and they have a way of covering their comrades, and when you are seeing with your naked eyes misgovernance, as we are seeing, and even in Mali, when the military struck in Mali and it extended to another state, you know that the waves have started, and the question is, one would have expected maybe Rex and maybe the AU to have moved in maybe more than what they did. Now ECOWAS is talking about military engagement in Niger when we have other 6 countries are engaged. So those are the questions general. In terms of the private military companies in South Africa, it is exceedingly difficult. You know, I was talking with one high diplomat just today about mercenaries, and the man sat on many committees on mercenaries, even through apartheid, when the apartheid ended, and how what happened is that it's just like a chameleon. They have changed in colors. And because they know that mercenaries are outlawed in Africa, many South Africans went across board, and many of them are mercenaries, not only in Africa, but even across. Many of them acted in Syria, in Iraq. And for instance, if you look at executive outcome, for instance, executive outcome on normal condition or normal situation is a South African company, but go to the United Kingdom, you see executive outcomes limited, which is in the United Kingdom. So what they did, like one of the presenters said, they've rebranded. So it's exceedingly difficult to say. I have a list of all the PMC companies in South Africa, which I can share. ISS has that. And one may begin to look there. If you look at their functions, they overlap. Some will provide military and logistics, some will train, but many of them might be mercenaries. Thank you. Maybe I should start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akinola. It's really very touchy. But one important issue maybe I would like to add is our population is so much young, and that young population needs employment opportunities. Therefore, we need to provide that employment opportunity. Otherwise, they revert back to such kind of violence. Tim, if you manage to speak, we are coming back to you to address some of the questions raised by Chimbe and Mr. Budali, but also the issues of examples of transitional justice.
Okay, sure. So in terms of the penetration of military bases on the African continent, and particularly in Southern Africa region, I think it's difficult to have a full list because there are those bases that we're not aware of as well. I think it's important to put that on the table. But there have been claims that both Botswana and Zambia have cooperative agreements with the U.S. And then in Seychelles, there's a U.S. Air Force drone base for tracking, which has been there for quite a while.
And Mr. Budali, if you mute your mic, please.
Yeah, of course, we know about Mozambique and the level of penetration happening there. And I think the next question was also about where we might see, proliferation of military of mercenaries. Any country in which you have a crisis situation that the government cannot handle, I think you are bound to.
My apologies. Do you mind, Mr. Budali, if you mute your mic, please?
I don't think he can hear
you. Or the host, can you mute Mr. Kalish? Yeah, please. Sorry, Tim, for that. Please go ahead.
Worries. Yeah. So any situation where you have a crisis that the government feels it can handle, it potentially could spill over. You're probably likely to see some private security military companies emerging. Currently, we have Eswatini, obviously, in the Southern Africa region, which has been racked by quite a few protests, people protesting against the king. And then a number of countries that haven't fully emerged out of the conflict situation and are still in a state of dealing with their peace-building processes that can easily be sucked back into crisis situations. I'm thinking Angola, potentially Zimbabwe. And obviously the DRC, which is normally within the south, but also within the central. And then on transitional justice, I think it'd be very dangerous to talk about success stories. I think we can only talk about good models. South Africa, for sure, has one of the models that has been used all the way from the leadership of Nelson Mandela, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, to parliamentary legislation to establish the institutions of Transitional Justice Truth Commission, so on and so forth. And then to the very open civil society engaged process with that whole intervention. It was not perfect, and there have been lots of criticisms that it didn't go far enough, that it didn't deal with gender issues effectively, that it didn't address the socio-economic imbalance, and therefore currently 30 years after the fact, South Africa still seems to be looking the same way that it used to look 3 decades ago, which is not a good thing for the country. So I would say, yes, you've got models, but I wouldn't be very quick to point at success stories across the African continent. Been challenges of transitional justice in Zimbabwe, in Lesotho, which is thinking about rolling it out. SADC has said there should be one. And a number of other countries have tried similar processes, even Mauritius, for example, which is nominally within the South Africa region, but an island off the coast, has had its own transitional justice process. So I think this is an important thing to actually addressing the underlying issues within society. And ultimately, it goes down to the people. I don't think we should say the African Union is exclusively about member states and the action of member states. I think it's also about the action of the Pan-African citizens, of African people, to actually engage, to stand up and engage with the African Union, find out about what the AU is doing, find out where you can be of assistance, find out how you can engage. I don't think we should leave it exclusively even to the member states. It's too important something for us to leave such an important institution exclusively to governments, which clearly always have their own agenda and are not necessarily going to go the extra mile to look out for the interests of all their peoples. So this is an appeal to all of us as Pan-African citizens to actually engage, just learn more about it, engage, talk to people, raise awareness, and find out what it's doing, and spread the word that this is a union that we have to build collectively, or we will disintegrate individually, which was Kwame Nkrumah's warning to us. So Africa must unite. Amandla. Taye.
Thank you very much, Tim. Those very fantastic closing words. And we cannot emphasize this further because we are convening this meeting on the auspices of ECOSOC, which is, of course, the voice of the civil society, the voice of the community. And I'll also try to highlight a very recent ministerial communique from the PSC of July 21. This year, which is the 1163 PSC meeting communique. I would like to point that as well, because it actually emphasizes the role of the community at a grassroots level in fulfilling our endeavors to do the conflict prevention successfully. Liz, I'm going to give you the last chance here to address any of the questions, okay? And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I'll be brief. Yes, I think we are relatively privileged, apart from, as Tim said, Botswana. We don't have that very, very visible foreign military presence in our region, but there are certainly weak spots, governance challenges, very, very certainly that we might see in future. And as I said earlier, we really averted, I think, through pressure from civil society also and think tanks and so on in the region, we averted the idea of foreign and non-African military intervention in Cabo Delgado to save the multinationals there and to rid Cabo Delgado of this jihadist threat. So I want to conclude, perhaps, yes, to say one of the questions was around SADC. SADC is a relatively small regional economic community. It can be beefed up. Member states can perhaps pay more attention, support SADC more to be able to play its role. We thought that maybe this crisis in Mozambique would be a wake-up call, but as an alternative to chaotic, uncoordinated, transactional interventions by private actors and foreign states, that to me, is the only real solution is to have the African Union and regional economic communities lead peace and security activities, because if there's a void and they don't do it, then somebody else is going to step in, and we try and avoid that at all costs. Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation.
Thank you very much, my dear panelists, Dr. Akinola, Tim, Liz. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel, and you really brought important takeaways from this particular session. I'm sure the conveners of the meeting are taking note of that. And I would like to really extend my thanks to all three of you, and back to the overall moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taye, for your wonderful moderation job. And thanks also to all of our distinguished panelists. We will now be proceeding into the closing ceremony. We thank everybody for their patience. And that session will be coordinated by Dr. Sandy, the head of the Peace and Security Cluster. So Dr. Sandy, please take us away.
Thank you, Nana, and thank you, Taye, the final panelist. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we are now coming to the end of this two-day E-Symposium, which, as you all know, we organize in the context of commemorating the month, the African Amnesty Month on silencing the guns. So I'm very grateful again on behalf of all the speakers and panelists and our collaborators and partners, particularly IPSS, PANASTRA, and then our friends and colleagues in the University of Johannesburg. I also want to take this opportunity particularly to thank GA members, the presiding officer who is here, with standing committee members, the DPOs, and everyone. Now, in summary, I will just take a few minutes to summarize the takeaways from this two-day session, and then to lay the foundation for work to continue. First, generally, I think we have reached a consensus that the issue, the phenomenon of foreign fighters and mercenary is a serious crisis and problem that needs serious intervention on the continent. Listening to country and regional specific experiences across our continent, it is clear that the situation is there. Yes, it's been there from the 60s, post-independent time, but the phenomenon has taken different routes, really, which has serious consequences on what we do. Second point I would like to make, we set ourselves in the beginning 5 strategic objectives. One, we said we wanted to get to brainstorm and generate ideas, through to get a better understanding of the phenomenon of foreign fighters. And then we also said that we are going to examine or explore the roles, their motivations, and the effect of foreign fighters and mercenaries on regional peace and stability on our continent. We also said in our concept that we are going to identify shortcomings and difficulties that must be addressed to achieve the intended goals of the OAU Convention, or any available legal and policy instrument. And also said we are to examine legal and policy and programmatic frameworks that exist to address those phenomena. And lastly, how we make recommendations or profile solutions in terms of dealing with the actors, or what policy options do we have to make as we continue the conversation. So in that light, we have definitely be able to source out a number of recommendations, which are from the last speakers and the panel and all of us from yesterday. I will categorize into 4 sectors. One, the issues around conceptual clarity, that there are recommendations that we need to look the definition, how we define mercenarism in the OAU 1977 convention is very limited. There is the need for broaden the scope in terms of conceptual clarity or definition and meaning. That's number one. Number two, because I will listen to the typologies today, when we listen to Jen from Libya, the Libya case study, and the nature and type of many other actors, whether from private military companies, security companies, local militias, other non-state actors, and we had that. And secondly, under conceptual clarity, we also looked at issues to do what are the motivating drive for people to engage in foreign fighting, and listening to Dr. Adeogba from the last speaker, quoting $28,000, for example, to hire and manage and work in private military or foreign fighter or mercenary. Amazing. So we, from the general that speakers, of course, we note that there are four motivating elements. One that have to do with the financial benefits, which is about money making and profit maximization. The issue of natural resources came in closely, and the interest around national resources. We also see there are political interests, geopolitical thing playing competition on the continent. And there are, in some instances, there are ideological support across common borders. And when it comes to the legal and regulatory framework, we definitely agree that there are gaps and challenges with existing legal regulatory frameworks. In fact, in many instances, when we listen to Libya or many of the countries, there are inadequate legal and regulatory frameworks. Programming aspect, how do we have programming? We all agree that there are elements of small programming activities that will aim to address this. But some of these programs, such as the African Union DDR program, the Small Arms program, the issues on the border security, border governance program, are not all sensitive, more or less, to the issue of how to deal with foreign fighters when it comes to extradition, or based on the Geneva Convention, for example. We do not have enough programmatic instrument to deal with that. So these are some of the issues we raise in terms of conceptual, legal, and regulatory programming, and that I will not dare to go into the details of many of the main issues that came from the panel discussions, where they range from the root causes to the legal and policy framework, and then the academic aspect, the policy thing. So on the way forward, we from all the discussion, it's clear that the way forward here is, one, we need to step up our effort in terms of mapping. A research exercise needs to be really launched, where from the various speaking points we see the mapping exercise to get a better understanding of the phenomenon may be very important. This will go back, but as collaborators, definitely we'll have to look at this and see how we move forward on this. Secondly, there is also the need to step up the review of the existing legal policy framework. We mentioned the NIAMI Convention on Cross-Border Needs. How do we make sure that all those and the convention, the 1977 convention, we can support that aspect, strengthen cross-border cooperation, and lastly, the aspect of strengthening security sector institutions, because many of the talks we spoke about, the phenomenon itself seems to undermine state institutions in terms of their capability to deliver both security and justice service delivery. The design of programs aimed at dealing with foreign fighters maybe might be able to be a way to go, as we have seen in conflict-affected regions, and then in countries political transition, such as the case in Libya. How do we design DR, SSR programs that are sensitive to deal with those issues? And the need for reform of the AU itself in terms of its effectiveness to respond to foreign fighters and mercenaries. We mentioned SADC and the rest will be very important. The role of civil society to engage in lobbying and advocacy and awareness raising on the implications of the and consequences of the spread of foreign fighters and mercenaries. What does they have in terms of the implication on women, children, vulnerable youths? Would be very important, especially the issue of child soldiers heavily came again. How the relationship between the integration of foreign fighter into the continental early warning, monitoring and tracking mechanism would be very important, so that in terms of response indicators, we can be effectively involved in terms of monitoring that. And so those are the main takeaways. As I did say, we will continue the conversation. Issues around governance deficit came up, but we'll do the report, and then the way forward is to get out a comprehensive report out of this, which will inform the development or drafting of a policy brief by the partners. And then we will need your support, all of you, through the conception thinking. And then those policy briefs will be able to influence policy options as the review process for how the African Union and each one can effectively engage in the aspect of understanding the activities, not only the activities of foreign fighters and mercenaries, but also how can we respond, address those issues within the context of achieving the target goal for silencing the gun by 2030. So on that note, again, I want to thank you all, and I think it's been a wonderful conversation we've started. It's going to be a long journey. I don't think it's a long journey. The phenomenon itself, we all realize, impact on many social and economic governance issues, and therefore we should not leave it alone. On that note, I would like to invite my brother and friend, the head of programs, Mr. Nana Osei, to give his closing remark on behalf of the AU ECOSOC Secretariat. And then I will invite the presiding officer. And yes, because I see we have only those two people now around in terms of the closing. And we do not want to take you and bore you so much again after your wonderful celebration of the month of September. Over to you, Nana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandy. I think out of respect for everybody's time, I will keep it really quite brief. And my job is really one of Thanksgiving, to really convey appreciation and gratitude to everyone that has helped us to make this two-day webinar series successful. You know, this is not a very normal, medium to convene this kind of conversation, especially over a multiple day period. But I think that we've been able to achieve largely the objectives that we set up for ourselves from the beginning. So on behalf of ECOSOC, I want to really reiterate our thanks and gratitude. First of all, to all of our partners with whom we're able to plan and deliver this webinar, in particular, PANAFSTRAC, IPSS, the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Adeoye, all of our colleagues and partners who planned with us over the last 2 to 3 months to make this a reality. I would like to thank the cluster chair of ECOSOC for peace and security, Dr. Jonathan Sandy, for the leadership that he has demonstrated. We are here really because of his motivation and his leadership. So we want to thank you especially, Dr. Sandy, for everything that you've done to make this possible. And likewise also to all of the experts who came and shared their brilliant experiences and skills with us throughout the 2 days, all of our presenters from all over the continent. This would not have been possible without your expertise. So what we can commit to all of you is that this is not going to be the end. We are going to package all of the takeaways of this. We're going to do some work to sit down together with the planning team, the technical team, to capture and channel all of these takeaways into a policy brief that we will submit to the High Representative who was with us yesterday, as well as the Peace and Security Council, so that at least we can have something concrete and tangible to submit to member states as our contribution, civil society contribution, to the commemoration of Amnesty Month 2023. So with this, I want to hand over back to the moderator, and again highlight our sincere gratitude, also especially to all of the CSOs that have been with us, have stayed with us throughout all of the hours yesterday and today, from the beginning to the end. We convey our sincere gratitude to everyone, and we invite you to stay connected with ECOSOC as we go forward for the rest of the year. Thank you so much, and back to you, Dr. Sandy.
Yeah, thank you, Nana. And can I welcome our presiding officer or president to be, and already our president, Khalid, to deliver his closing remark. to mark all.
Just leave it as a presiding officer. It's more wiser. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Technically, and over the past 2 days, we have engaged in a very fruitful discussion and shared valuable insights into the challenges and complicity posed by the foreign fighters and mercenaries in different African regions. We have explored the multi-faced dimensions of this phenomenon, understanding its drives, conceptual varieties, and the numbers of factors contributing to its persistence. Furthermore, we have collectively brainstormed potential responses, strategies to address these challenges and work toward achieving peace and sustainability in our beloved continent. The session dedicated in each region, North, West, Sahel, the Great Lake, the SADC, have shed lights on the unique dynamics at play in each area. We have seen new historical, political, economical, and social factors have shaped the presence of foreign fighters and mercenaries in these regions, often complicities and complicated efforts to achieve sustainable peace. We have also discussed it in the far-reaching impact of foreign fighters and mercenaries on peace and stability, emphasizing how their presence can affect conflict and undermines negotiation efforts. These consequences extend beyond African borders, emphasizing the global importance of comprehending the mitigation to this effect. As we move forward, it is imperative that we remain committed to the overreaching goals of silencing the guns in Africa, the Agenda 2063, which envisioned a peaceful, united, and prosperous continent. It is in alignment with the ECOSOC, with the AU ECOSOC advocacy that we have highlighted strategic action to enhance peace and security in Africa, from strengthening regional cooperation to promote a resource transparency, engaging in diplomatic efforts, reinforcing legal frameworks, and investing in border security measures. Let me also remember that behind the discussion, statistics and strategies are real people, communities, and individuals who have borne the brunt of conflict and insecurity. Their hopes for a better future inspire our efforts, and we owe it to them to continue striving for peace. In my closing, I want to express my gratitude and appreciation to my dear friend, Mr. Sandy Jonathan, ECOSOC Peace and Security Cluster Chair, for his leadership, initiating this very important thematics. Also to all the participants, speakers, panelists, academia, experts, ECOSOC General Assembly members, our colleagues from the Standing Committee, other African CSOs, ECOSOC Secretariat and partners, for your valuable contribution and dedication to these engagements. Your commitment to addressing this critical issue is a statement or a testament to the collective resolve of our continent. Let us carry forward the knowledge and insights gained here and let them guide us or guide our action as we work tirelessly toward peaceful Africa. Thank you very much. Our endeavors bring us closer to the day when the guns fall silence across our great and beloved continent, and that we all call home. I thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to all colleagues at the Secretariat. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your leadership, and I wish you all good and successful upcoming events. And thank you again. To you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. I think we just about to come to the close of this. And I would like, again, on behalf of the joint planning and coordinator team, from Jenna Ishola to Rubiatu from IPSS, Riyadu, and then we have Jerusalem, and then our brother Cardiff, and Evarista and Farira, and all of you at the ECOSOC Secretariat, Rahel, for putting all of this together, the head of the Secretariat. I want to wish on behalf of everyone, together with the interpreters who have done a great job, both in French and English, for doing this. And as I say, it's going to be a continuous process. So on behalf of ECOSOC and all of us on our continent, I wish to say thank you again. And over to you, Nana Secretary. Bye-bye.